You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning. Great to see you. Great to be here at Lake Fork for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite Stop number 2 for 2024. You know the essentials of day number 2. We got the full field fishing again, trying to make it into the top 50 spots so you can fish on the weekend. Our live coverage is brought to you by Toyota. Yes, that's the essential facts. But the underlying theme is what happened here yesterday. You know, the first rule of show business is always leave them wanting more. I don't know what more we could give people in terms of big weights. Take a look at that leaderboard. All of our top 10 above 30 pounds, and not just them, but 4 more beyond that. Just absolutely eye-popping, mind-boggling weights on a day that we really didn't know quite what to expect. Lake Fork is always great. It's always terrific. But Davey Height last week at Toledo Bend, no slouch for big bags through history. If you had an average of 20 pounds through 4 days, you weren't winning, but you were riding high. You averaged 20 pounds here yesterday, you're down in the deep 60s.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like this in my history being with B.A.S.S., not only in the elites, but in, since the early 90s. I know we've never seen anything like this. The big thing I learned yesterday talking to the anglers, all 6 of the ones that we're going to have cameras on today, is not as many bites as you would think to have those big weights. A lot of those anglers only caught 6 to about 9 fish. I didn't talk to a single angler that caught over 10 fish, which is really, really amazing to look at the weights all the way down to Matty Wong, 33 pounds. Our last person with a camera in their boat today. Absolutely incredible. I think we'll have some turnover today because some of those anglers that only caught 3 or 4 and had 20 or 20 couple pounds that lost a fish or 2, I think some of that will flip-flop, but we'll have some more big weights today, definitely some more 30-pound stringers. I don't know if we're going to have quite as many as yesterday, though. It was absolutely phenomenal.
That would be so hard to do, Ronnie Moore.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we look at the leaderboard, you think, are we on a smallmouth body of water? Because the consistency through the field is only rivaled by those places that put out consistent 4 to 5 pound fish. So having Lake Fork in a poor weather day, cold front situations, it tells you this will be the toughest day of the week. It might be the best day we have all week. Hopefully not, because we want to see records fall this week, and you can't break a record for a 4-day event until you get off to a good start like you did on day 1.
This place never disappoints. We were here in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and it was just fantastic each and every time. Reached the century mark each and every time with great performances all over the lake. Not just in last week again. I hate to go back to Toledo Bend again. We had 180,000 acres. They were fishing a place that was actually basically an area smaller than Lake Fork's 27,000.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And not only all over the lake, but all over the board with the way they were catching the fish. There were some people sight fishing for fish up in a couple feet of water. We saw John Cox on camera a lot. There were other people like him that were moving baits up shallow. And then you had some other anglers that stayed offshore. But surprising to me, and we talked about this yesterday some, not as many people out there in that 20 to 30, 35 feet of water like we saw last week at Toledo Bend.
Taking a look at some scenes from the Takeoff here at this brand new facility here, the Caney Point Recreation Area here. 103 anglers again taking off today. It won't take them long to get set up and get going on this morning, but Takeoff is in progress as we speak to you right now, and it'll be just minutes away. We had a big, great start yesterday. Chris Aldane catching a 5-pounder and an 8-pounder back-to-back, first camera that landed on our show, and it was just incredible. Our TH Marine Weather Watch. This is something that definitely is a big part of our narrative today. It is cold down there, cloudy, 50 degrees. It's lower than 50 degrees right now, to be sure. And it won't get up into the 60s. It won't be sunny until about 10 o'clock. Won't be up in the high 50s really until noon today. Yeah. So, Davey, that's that math. Figuring that out is always hard to do.
That's the big unknown, in my opinion. It's how cold it got last night. It was cold all day yesterday. You look at the forecast, you see 68. A lot of people are overlooking. Such mentioned, I think it's about 41 or 42 degrees there this morning right at Safe Light. So it stayed cold all night last night. I think the fishing will get better up in the day, but we'll just have to see. Some of the anglers thought that cold front really helped them and helped those fish move tighter to that wood and to that cover that we have. So we'll just see. This morning could be lights out for a few anglers, but I think it could be very tough for a lot of those anglers fish shallow like we saw Drew Benton yesterday. Even Stetson Blaylock caught his 9-pounder up really shallow. We'll see if any of that happens this morning. Would not surprise me at all if we see that fall off, but maybe it get better for the guys that are on those secondary points fishing the timber.
Yeah, it always seems like it's when you go to the gym, Tom, and you work out, you don't feel as sore the day after, but 2 days after it feels sore. This is the second full night of cold. It was 70 degrees at midnight, Tuesday night. Wednesday night, it was freezing cold. Thursday night's freezing cold, so we will see what impact
Always
it has.
takes longer to filter through. We can't express strongly enough how strong yesterday was. Maybe this map will help you understand. Take a look at these 6 and above catches that took place all over the lake.
You know, normally when you see this many little location marks there, you're talking about 2-pounders and above, but this is 6-pounders and above. Absolutely incredible what happened yesterday. We talk about this often. A great sign of a healthy fishery is seeing those all over the entire lake, and we definitely did see that. The surprising thing we talked about a little bit yesterday, I think we'll be talking about more today. All of these marks are either in creeks or close to mouths of the creeks, not any out on these main arms. Big Caney, Little Caney, the main Lake Fork arm there. None of those marks are out in there, and they're standing timber where a lot of the fish last week were caught out in over that deeper water, 35, 40 feet of water. But even though those fish were up shallow, no marks in that range here on Lake Fork.
98 of them over 6 pounds, I counted.
Incredible.
18 over 8 pounds. We had the 2 10-pounders and 4 over 9 pounds.
That's really
day.
amazing. That's almost a 6-pounder per angler in a field this size. That's unheard of.
83 limits. The average fish was 4 pounds 11 ounces.
Wow.
Average fish.
You see the takeoff is rapidly progressing apace here. We'll be out there fishing moments away. Had a chance this morning to visit with the man in the number 2 position, Arkansas' Stetson Blaylock. Talked to us early this morning.
Well, here it is, day 2. Got a camera in the boat, which is a great thing, on Lake Fork, which is one of my favorite lakes of all time. Funky weather again. It's like a misty, cloudy, windy, cold, 40 degrees again this morning. We're just a day or so away from March, or it may be March. Anyway, we're right at March. The big ones are gonna bite again. I know what I'm doing. I didn't get as many bites as I wanted to yesterday, so it looked really good on paper. 37 pounds was unbelievable, and it was my biggest bag ever. But I'm definitely gonna have to make some adjustments today. Hopefully, you guys at home can see that, and we can make the right decisions and be able to catch another 30-pound bag.
I tell you what, today, I feel like I have a buddy say, everybody thinks a frunk's bad, but the next day after it's just as bad to me. You know, it's these fish get in a funk. They need to get used to it. These Florida strain bass, they're not good to change. So most of it right now is hopefully we can find where they're moving, where they're going, what they're doing. I feel like it's going to change a little bit from yesterday. I feel like a lot of people's going to maybe catch them again, maybe not catch them again. You know, it's a very hard deal. Some guys have 5 or 6 bites all day and weigh the 30 pounds, but if you miss a few of those fish, you know you're back to square one. So it's going to be interesting. Hopefully we can land all of them. Hopefully we can kind of find where they're moving, because they went on the bank bad, but this weather just won't let them. So hopefully we can intercept that, see what we do, maybe catch a 10-pounder, stuff like that. So this lake's got them, but who knows if we're going to see them.
Trey McKinnys, who just turned 19 last weekend with 33 pounds and 11 ounces on day number 3rd place going into today. And Stetson Blaylock, he looked like somebody who just pole vaulted 2 feet higher than he ever pole vaulted. He's still taking his breath away what happened yesterday.
So it's a great thing when you're catching 37 pounds, back-to-back tournaments on big fish fisheries, and you don't even know what month it is.
That shows that you're in the zone.
You're in the zone. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm telling you, I would love to be there.
Everybody.
Was that the newest version of virtual reality headsets Trey McKinnys was wearing there? I don't know what that was. No, it's a helmet for the 40 degree
hop
run.
into an F-16 and take off or
Luke
something
Skywalker,
like
right?
Ready to go driving. That's what
Pretty
he's
impressive. Pretty impressive stuff. Heady stuff for a 19-year-old or anyone else to be sure. 33. So many of our anglers had their best tournament day 5-fish limit ever out here. Too many to count. Those are hard to run down, and I can't imagine how many people that have done that. So just so many superlatives from this incredible, incredible place. Lake Fork, Davey Hyde, I'm about to run out of things, but I can't wait to see what's going to happen today. So many things that these people were expecting yesterday. They were expecting big things, but they didn't roll out the way they expected them to.
Yeah, so talking to the anglers yesterday, it was really amazing how many anglers that caught them good, including Taku, that had a bad practice, a terrible practice. And I don't think he was trying to mislead me. They really had tough practices, only catching, I think Taku said he caught 9 fish in 3 days total for practice. Some of the other anglers same way. But then you had some anglers that had great pre-fish times out there, sight fishing really, really shallow, throwing up in 2 feet of water and less. So I think we'll see that flip-flop a little again today, but we'll still see some 30-pound bags, no doubt about it. But I think you're going to see some guys, maybe like a Lee Livesey, that only had 8 or 9 pounds, might catch 30 pounds a day. You're going to see all that happen, but still a lot of anglers with 20-plus pounds.
Yeah, that's the biggest storyline that I was going to talk about when we came into studio was Lee Livesey, the guy who is the shoe-in favorite. Everyone picked him for fantasy, rightfully so. He has gotten 2 wins here, another top 10 on top of that, and just 4 appearances at Lake Fork. 3 fish for 8 pounds and change yesterday, way below expectations. We saw him get off to a struggle start, jumped around to 3 or 4 spots without any success, and then it was just 1-pounder, 2-pounder, and then a 4-pounder. We thought maybe he'll get to his limit. That never happened. You also had guys like Gerald Swindle who have broken 100 pounds here in the past, 3 fish for 8 pounds as well. You had 2 guys who made the top 10 last week at Toledo Bend be bottom 2 in this tournament, Alex Weatherall and Robert G. So was a little bit of a do or die. And in this tournament, Davey, it's very encouraging that you can go catch 35 pounds at any given time, but it's also discouraging that if you caught less than 10 pounds yesterday, you have a big old hill to climb.
Suits, let's just breathe in some more great things about those numbers from yesterday.
On pace, Taku Ito is on pace for 156 pounds.
Oh, sure.
How's that?
Yeah.
Sets in Blaylock like 100, whatever. North setter for records. We had 14 over 30, right? 2008 Falcon on day 1. There were 18 bags over 30 pounds. They had a couple 4s in that event, but they had 48 total 30-plus pound bags. Who knows? Right. Maybe this week.
Well, let's give you some visual confirmation of all this high-level stuff we're talking about. You could bring in some big ones, 24 and over, to the weigh-in. The rest of it's a catch, weigh, and release. And there was Taku Ito, the big one in his bag of 39-1. Good stuff right there from Wesley Gore. Wesley Gore, big tournament.
10-pound, 9-ouncer.
Wow. Incredible. Ben Milliken.
Your
second
AOY
week in a row.
leader.
Yeah. AOY leader.
Keith Combs breaking 30, Tommy. 31 pounds and change, and he's just outside our top 10.
Yeah.
Like 14 pounds in the last hour he caught. 2 big ones.
That was probably a sentimental favorite for a lot of people. Stetson Blaylock loves coming down here. Spent a lot of time down here, and it fulfilled that. It made his dreams come true yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, all these fish are beautiful. It's amazing to see how different they look. Some of them are long and thin, and some of them very, very short and heavy. Had one angler, you say yesterday, they had a 9-pounder that did not measure 24 inches, so could not bring it in. That's amazing.
Take a look at some of our anglers getting out there, getting near to being set up there. A little bit of just the tail end of the takeoff in place right now. Beautiful shot there of Lake Fork.
Couple guys, Matty Wong, Kyle Norsetter on camera today that are in the first flight. So they were some of the first people out. Yesterday, Kyle Norsetter, he said, when I got my pairings, I was hoping I want boat number 1, I want boat number 2, something like that. I got boat 101. So he was one of the last guys to leave the dock yesterday. And today he said, man, I wish I had a late boat number because it's going to get warmer later in the day. You can't have it the same way both days, but they're going to be in the first flight today.
But yeah, I'm going to bring you guys along. Hopefully we can slowly break things down for you guys. Hopefully get a couple fish in the boat. That would be awesome. And just have fun, because that's what fishing's about. Unfortunately, the cards that we're dealt with the whole screen deal right now, it is what it is. But we're gonna try and make the best of it, and I'm gonna mix in kind of my own style. So you won't see me flicking a minnow today. Let's just put it that way. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna go and poke around here, and had 7 bites yesterday, man, and they were all the right ones. So it's just a slow and steady grind, and you know, hopefully we'll get there, and we'll just see what the day has entail for us today. You know, again, just incredibly blessed to be out here. We're fishing the Elite Series, baby. Made it back for round 3, but just want to give a huge shout out to everyone back in California and everyone in Hawaii that support me. All my fans across the nation and the world. You guys are the best. And yeah, we're just keep it rolling, man. Hopefully we can just keep this thing rolling. But yeah, yesterday there was a couple fish in this area that kind of showed up, I think with this weather. And I don't think that there's a new wave pushing up shallow, so that's why I feel good about this deal versus some of the guys that maybe have burned up some of the bank fish yesterday. Like, it'd be different, I think, if we had a big moon coming into this event, but we were on the tail end of it, which sometimes, you know, 7 days after a full moon, they'll push up again. But I think with this weather that we have, like I'm getting, I think I got 53 degrees up here, so it's I wouldn't say it's like amazing spawning temperatures, but not to say that they won't go. And that's a tree. Yeah, we got a lot of that today, boys. A lot of that. Just hopefully we don't lose any baits. There's Gussie.
33
Morning,
pounds,
Gus.
2 ounces for
It's funny,
Matty
I
Wong
rolled in here
yesterday.
yesterday and I like literally had it all myself.
Third year out here, best finish ever. Also on the Sabine last year.
Oh, wow.
The lower part of this river system here.
Yeah.
Orange, Texas, third place.
Looking around. Let me know, Carl, for oh yeah? Oh.
You're live and live on Nick.
Oh, good deal. Yeah, we're I mean, as you can see, it's definitely a bit brisk out. I got my nice cold weather gloves on. I got my nice puffy Sims jacket, so I'm comfy right now. But it is not great temperatures if you're a fair weather fisherman. It's definitely chilly, definitely chilly.
Third place, Kyle Norsetter there, Wisconsin. Huge day yesterday.
Could you just maybe talk to us about this little area you're in?
This little area has some random timber, scattered coontail and hydrilla, and these pre-spawn females are moving in. There's a lot of fish bedding too. Just a little hard to see. We'll work our way down to the one we caught yesterday, see if we can't catch it again. Already seeing a couple. They're just on the move a lot faster than they were yesterday, so we may have to adjust or just slowly but surely kind of dice it out.
A lot of the anglers that I talked to that had success yesterday, scattered timber.
The more fish we can put this
Timber
bait
was always
in front
in
of,
the
the better opportunities
conversation.
we're going to have today. So.
And you say, oh, well, there's flooded timber, and that's what Lake Fork is, but oftentimes they'll be on a different type vegetation. There's a lot of variety there. So it is a big key to figure that out. Obviously, a lot of the anglers we saw yesterday were not targeting, timber as the cover.
Right.
They were fishing shallow vegetation and holes in the vegetation, pockets.
There goes one.
And the jerk bait was more often the choice for a lure than the jig head minnow. I think the wind had a lot to do with that.
I was going to ask you
today.
about it.
We'll probably see more the guys that use the forward facing. And not all of them are going to be doing that, but the ones that use forward facing that caught them on jerk baits yesterday, we might see use some soft plastic baits today.
Wind should not be a factor today, 4 or 5 miles an hour tops. It's the prediction.
And Davey, Kyle Norsetter last night on the phone was saying that, he had the game plan of sight fish
at times. Pulled into the area, you know, only had to share it with Corey Johnston a little bit yesterday, but when he pulled off of a bedfish, he saw fish off a break, and that
well,
is
right
what
now I'm just scanning through the grass and random timber, seeing much. I'm just throwing the bait around to see if I can get something to pull out of the grass, because they will pull out of the grass. So here pretty quick, I've got something marked. We're gonna try to see if we can catch it again. I pulled the one off of a bed in 7 feet with the jerk bait off a live scope. So we'll see if we can find that same divot again, that impression and that flicker.
To your point, Ronnie, I think that's what happened to a fair amount of, you see his jerk bait there, plain as day, just coming along at about 30 feet down in the timber. I think that's what happened to a lot of the shallow water fish, the bigger fish, those females, and fishermen like Kyle Norsetter figured that out by chance maybe, or maybe, you know, who knows, it doesn't matter. He figured it out yesterday, and it's the reason he weighed in over 30 pounds. A lot of those females that'll be within sight of the bed on those pretty days, as the water temperature drops, they'll move just out of sight, you know, visual sight with, you know, with your glasses, your polarized glasses. But now with the technology we have with electronics, you should be able to locate those fish, because they're not going to swim out into the middle of the lake. They're going to be somewhere close by, just waiting for those temperatures to change back.
He said that he had a come on, like a 5 or 6 pounder marked on a bed, and was bummed when Corey pulled up to fish for it, and the one Corey ended up catching was like 8 pounds. So he had to watch that happen, and he was like, I don't think that was the same fish, and he went back behind and like ended up catching some not on the bed of that same size. So like you said, it could have been, you could have a 5 pound male that you see in practice that's making the bed, getting ready, and pulls off.
Very likely
the females, you know.
Yeah. John, soak up our first fish on the board today, a 3 1/4.
Well, let's hear it for our leader from yesterday. What an incredible 39-1 for Taku Ito, his personal best.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fishing a pretty deep water. Yeah, 15, 20, and the fish cruising in the river channel. In the morning, I try to fish pretty deep. And the afternoon, I will fish shallow, the spawning fish. Yeah, now it's a couple fish right there.
So Taku, he was mentioning it there that he fished deep, shallow, and kind of in between yesterday. Three different depths, and you know, started out with a jig head minnow fishing deep. See, that's what he's doing here now, and then he went shallower for some pre-spawn fish, and he also caught some fish up real shallow and fishing boat docks and scattered vegetation. One on jig head minnow, one on a jerk bait, one on a jig, and 2 on Japanese secret bait.
Oh,
Japanese secret bait.
Secret bait.
Could not tell us today, but would tell us about the Japanese secret bait at the end of the tournament.
That's a popular lure these days.
That means
Yes.
we've got 3 days to figure it out before he decides to tell us, so we can know if we're correct.
Japanese secret bait.
Well, we can start scratching our heads on that one, try to figure it out there. Well, hopefully we can figure out a lot more in this first hour of fishing. Haven't seen a lot of action as yet, but again, we are just now getting set up and ready to go for a full day on day 2, Lake Fork. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Oh, if you're into big bass and big limits, I think this is your best bet of the day right here. Incredible Lake Fork, the way it showed out yesterday. We will keep talking about it today because it was one of the monumental days in the history of tournament bass fishing. We'll go that far just to say that. Second place on that wonderful, wonderful day was this man here, Stetson Blaylock. 13 years a pro. That was his best day ever.
You're always optimistic, but you just kind of know a place like this, when it's not, you know, super warm, and you know what I mean, you kind of understand that. Stay on there, fish. Maybe there is a few more in there.
Stetson's in an area where he caught some fish yesterday. He was saying he thought he was going to have to move around more today, that maybe there were other anglers in there, and with what he caught, it beat him up a little.
Okay, maybe there's still some more in here.
3-4 that came from the spawn last week. When hatched, it's a new one.
Stetson's biggest yesterday, 9 pounds, 10 ounces. It looked like his catches were spread through the day pretty equally.
They were in different baits. Who he's hooked up again? Small one. A variety of baits, and he fished shallow. You know, we heard some anglers yesterday that didn't have the day they expected to have, and saying, you know, I fished shallow, but there was a lot of our anglers that had over 25 pounds, including Stetson that had over 30 pounds, that caught them fishing shallow.
So you're saying some guys' lack of success wasn't due to anything but themselves?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
That's all I got it.
Some big fish coming across the board. Patrick Walters maybe starting his climb from 79th with a 5.12. Carl Jacobson, 6.7. Logan Parks, a 5.11. Mark Fraser with a 6.3. Brian News got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day, a 7.7. He was just outside the cut.
I think we'll see Patrick Walters move up that leaderboard some today. Don't think he'll stay down there.
People were grouping him with Lee Livesey. Lee had 3 for 8, and he had 18 pounds, but they were both just as disappointed. But Walters' ability to get back in the game is so much, like, that difference is absolutely, he might be 20 pounds behind the leader, but he could still make a jump.
Yeah, that's a big differential.
Over 2 days, yeah.
Back to Kyle Norsetter.
He's another angler that's doing different things. That fish was on the bed. The old-fashioned way, he was looking at it, sight fishing.
£2, 4 ounces.
All right, we'll take it. 2-4, little guy to start. Had to break the ice. Brand new bed. We'll see what's coming. Might as well give him a kiss to start the day.
Kyle's second year on the Elite Series. Best finish last year was a 35th up in Detroit, Lake St. Clair. We heard from Trey McKinnys early today. What a huge day. Yesterday for him.
Come on, baby. Let's get the start.
The angles that we
I know, right?
saw yesterday on camera and the ones that I talked to, he's fishing farther off the bank than any.
Isn't that the goal, right? There's one. There's one. There's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a big one. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. I told you that was the one I needed. He's barely hooked. Barely hooked. Barely hooked. Barely hooked. Let's get it. Woo! It's number one. Fatty. 513. Okay, not another cast till he rights it, right? I think. Oh, he ate it. I mean, he was just like, I was like, I thought I seen it. I seen a glimmer of him. I'm like, that's him. That's him.
Trey McKinnys, as an 18-year-old, went through the entire EQ 9 tournaments last year, finished third place overall to find his way to the Elite Series, and looks like it was worth the effort.
It's no surprise seeing where he's at that he's gonna catch him again today, just like he did yesterday. Now the next few days of the event we'll see, but
Justin Hamner, 33.5 yesterday.
caught his fish on a variety of baits also.
I could see,
Jerk
you could
bait,
see how big
jig.
that blob was. You could see how
Oh,
big it was.
Right here. Come here, girl. Come here, girl. That's the one I've been chasing. She just keep like following the boat around.
Wow.
Come here, come here. Ah, no. Dude, this is the worst fish landing I've ever done. But we got her. Look at that tank. This is gonna be a fun day. That was a terrible fish landing. That was awful. That's meat right there. Look at that belly. She's ready. Let's go. Is she 7?
0. Yep.
You think she's 7?
Oh,
I think she's 7.
She's got a belly on her.
Ooh. She's 8-1. 8-1. Let's go. Get the morning started, son.
It's a long one, too.
Lake Fork belly.
I bet he doesn't.
Do we need to measure that?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Probably ain't gonna be 24.
But early did.
It's 24 inches or
told
more.
you
He
he
can
was gonna
take
use
it
this
into the
thing
weigh-in.
today.
Hey, we already put 8 pounds to your bottom line. Just take a moment, just measure.
Gosh, she's so pretty.
Golly.
23 1/4.
Wow.
Thank you, girl.
8-1, only 23 1/4 inches long. What a fish.
Give me some.
Let's go.
At the same time, Mr. Patrick Walters landed a 9-0, and he is 10th right now.
Look at you like shaking a little bit.
Justin said he only had 7 or 8 bites yesterday. Everything just went right. I think everything's going right for him today also.
Well, there's that music. He called for it himself last week.
Yeah,
Yes,
if it
he
goes
did.
right for him, Davey Height, that means it's going right for us, right into the power pole replay of the day. You could see it on his big graph up front. You could see the big blob and how big it was, and when it finally committed to his jerkbait and it came to the surface immediately, we all said, uh-oh, 8-pound 1-ouncer for Justin Hamner.
He had power pole replay of the day last week with a mop jig today. Not a mop jig, but a big old bass. We'll take them any way we can get them. Now look at that fish on top. 23.25-inch Lake Fork, 8-pound 1 ounce. That's a way to start your day. After a 30-pound day yesterday, he's well on track to do it again today.
Justin Hamner gets better every year, was 14th last week at Toledo Bend. This year more than ever. He's living the dream.
When I was, like I said, when I was 7 years old, me and my dad won a tournament, and I really, you know, we were always watching Bassmaster, watch the Classic. We would go to the Classic. He's the guy that taught me, well, a Carolina rig, but he taught me to love the game and this passion, and he definitely shares that with me, and I wasn't going to give up until I got to the elites, and to knock it out my second year of trying, it was a relief. I did it, made dream come true.
AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Big things. Lake Fork is popping this year, perhaps like never before. 14 limits over 30 pounds yesterday on day number 1. Let's take a quick look at something very important that goes on all season long. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year points, and there he is. His great finish last week for the rookie Ben Milliken. Adds him atop that leaderboard, but look at young Trey McKinnys, moved up there into second place at the age of 19. Second place in Angler of the Year. Stetson Blaylock, fantastic. Our last week's winner, Kyoya Fujita. Justin Hamner, who we just saw put a hammer in the boat about 5 minutes ago, in 5th place.
I don't know if it's this year, Tommy, or if it's next year in the future 5 years, but there will be a rookie who finishes second in Angler of the Year and also loses Rookie of the Year. It will happen where a rookie will win Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year, and second place will miss out on both titles.
I don't doubt anything I hear anymore.
Biggin. That's a real biggin.
5 points just a few minutes ago.
Oh, baby. I knew it was a jerkbait fish. I knew it.
That is a big one.
Had that feeling. Oh, it makes me so nervous just get in the boat. Oh yeah, baby. Come on.
Don't know if I've ever seen someone
baby.
turn 2 graphs off while they're fighting an 8-pounder.
He's got it. Let's get it.
Or whatever size it is.
Head first. Jerkbait bass, baby. I just saw him. I was like, no. He wants a jerkbait. He wants it bad. He wants it bad. He's hooked sharp. Ooh, look at those bug eyes, dude. What is it? I'll take it. I'll take it.
5'10"?
5'13" and a 5'10".
Come on, baby.
Almost 11 and a half on 2 fish.
Trey McKinnys served notice for us yesterday, spent some time even actually atop the leaderboard during day number 1 there. So obviously a man to watch there. A man we're always in touch with, never get too far from our own friend Dave Mercer out there. He'll be presiding over things later today, bring you coverage from on location as well. And Dave, I watched the weigh-in yesterday. You were dealing with different degrees of shell-shocked among all these guys who couldn't believe what they had accomplished, and guys couldn't believe that what they accomplished didn't go very far yesterday.
Shell-shocked is the word. I mean, I used it a bunch at Takeoff because that's literally what they feel like, Tommy. I mean, the amount of anglers that, I mean, everybody knows you're going to Lake Fork. It is going to be giant fish. But to see 14 bags over 30 pounds, just to see how many anglers, you just think that the Elite Series is a great way to ruin a good fishing day. I mean, you just think that you're idling in here to this beautiful facility. You got, 22 pounds, and you're thinking, you know what? I'm not leading, but I've done my job. And then by the time you get off your boat and walk up to our stage, you feel like a total loser. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean, it deflates you in a hurry. And the crazy thing is, everybody predicting that it's just going to get better. It is much more hospitable out here today. Still pretty cold, but a lot less wind, and it's supposed to warm up. And if anything that we're seeing here in the first few minutes, because I literally just found out just a second ago, I don't know if you guys have heard, we already have an over. Patrick Walters has an over, and that's a unique story because you look at Patrick Walters with 95 pounds last week in a two-way tie with Steve Kennedy for the most century belts on the Bassmaster Elite Series with 3. And hey, Patrick Walters, I mean, if he keeps catching with an over here starting today, he might break that tie here this week.
So, Mercer, I was thinking, Patrick Walters certainly is a good example. Do you see the field really flip-flopping a lot? Some anglers that you saw, a Lee Livesey, a Patrick Walters, just to name, a few of many. I don't expect to see them stay, where they were yesterday at the end of the day. Do you see the field flipping around a whole bunch today?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see that. I mean, you heard it on stage, Davey. A lot of anglers said, hey, I did it this way. I'm obviously going to do something different. But here's the weird little thing. Obviously, that's something different is scoping. We hear a lot of people talking about it. It's a big part of the sport now. Here's the weird thing. I hope this doesn't happen, but could you imagine? I mean, they all sight fished yesterday. They fished shallow. I'm going to scope. I'm going to catch those guys. And then today, the switch changes, and the sight bite becomes the most dominant bite in this tournament. You could be out on both sides of it if it goes that way. But you're going to see a lot of adjustments. You're going to see some changes. But I also think there's some anglers that are not going to slip in this tournament. The amount of shell shock was amazing, but how excited some of our tournament leaders were to get out there. And that's what's cool about Lake Fork. Yesterday, I think it was Keith Combs that said it, or it might have, whoever said it. You guys don't know. You're in the studio. You're smarter than I just moved the hole that makes the words. But yesterday on stage, I think it was Keith Combs that said, this is why, it was Jason Christie. My memory worked. I got it. Jason Christie said on stage, he said, this lake and the experience that you have fishing Lake Fork, this is why I love fishing. Not just on the Elite Series. This is what made me fall in love with fishing. Because every single time you throw your bait here, when you feel that little tick, donk, that can either be a 14-incher or a 14-pounder. And man, Lake Fork is, and it's weird because I've done, dozens of events at this point here, and it's like you forget about how special it is till you come back here. And this truly is such a phenomenal fishery and a special place. And I am thankful for all the hard work that the fine folks here have put in, because for one of the busiest lakes to continuously punt out all these incredible limits. And here's another thing. Falcon Lake, our leader, right, with the most century belts. I'm going to throw it out there. After this week, Lake Fork will have more century belts than Falcon Lake. Lake Fork will take his rightful place upon the top of the century belt crown.
You heard it from the man right there, Dave Mercer. Dave, thank you so much. All good stuff, and we really look forward to about 3 hours from now, you bringing us that on-location coverage from Lake Fork. Dave Mercer. Some good stuff. It'll be warmer then, too. I think Dave will like that.
Yes,
he wasn't liking it so much yesterday in the cold. Matty Wong, we started the day out there with Matty. He's still looking to get things rolling today.
Eat it.
start. Come here.
Glide bait.
And that's how we start the morning. Oh my gosh. Like I said, I got my fish seeing goggles on and I'm able to see them. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that is sweet. It's like a 5. All right.
Scale of 0.
Give me a 5.
410.
All right, 410. All right. Look at the belly. So right there you can see that bulge in the lower part. That's eggs. So let's get her back. Thank you for playing, Missy. Take care. All right, there we go. See, now that's like, you can relax a little bit more, you know? Got a fish in the boat, or out of the boat. Thank you, sir.
410 on the board.
Not a bad start.
Good start. Back to our leader to start the day.
Fish seeing
39
goggles.
plus
Maybe they're
yesterday.
polarized, but maybe they're virtual reality. I don't know how he's seeing them, you know? Or it's
What do you mean
just,
with like a heads-up display inside?
I don't know.
Should be illegal.
Learn something new every day, you know?
Got it. I got it.
Wow.
I got it.
Jerk bait.
Yes, number 1. Scale 0. Yeah, 4 9. Yeah, thank you.
4 pounds, 9 ounces.
Oh, man. First fish. Taku can largemouth. Taku can get the largemouth. No, not only smallmouth. I can do that.
Taku can catch largemouth.
Thank you.
He did catch largemouth
Yes, he
yesterday.
did.
Very big ones.
I
you
texted him the live promo last night with him being in the center of the picture, that he was on camera being our day one leader, and he responded with, "Taku is amazing." And I said, yes,
Hey.
indeed you are.
Keeping it real.
You remember the first fish? I remember the first fish I saw him, and you guys will probably remember this. St. John's River, a few years back, the first fish I saw Taku land, it took him like 47 minutes to land a 3-pounder.
That's it.
He has definitely changed his
Yes.
landing techniques.
There he is. Dadgum. That must have been a good photo right there, son. He tail walking. Where'd these small ones come from, dude? Yesterday I caught like 8 fish, not one was under 5. But I'm taking them. Come on, baby, don't be digging. Don't be digging. Oh, look at him, look at him. Oh, he's gonna jump, he's gonna jump, he's gonna jump. Oh, don't get my gloves wet. There we go. That might be a nicer one.
Are you texting Trey McKinnys right now?
I think he's texting me. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff going on. He turned his graphs off on the last fish. He's texting me now. I just had to ask him because I knew that's the only way he would respond at his age is a text.
I'll let you do you.
Are you serious? Where did all these small fish come from, he just said? He's got 3 for like 14.
Unbelievable. His smallest yesterday was a 5'11" in a 33-pound bag.
And then slide it back and down. Yeah, I don't know. It just come off, didn't it? Yeah, there you go. There you go, yep.
It's all comparative, Davey.
Yes.
If you don't know Trey McKinnys before this, he's the youngest angler to ever win an Angler of the Year for a division of the BFL. So his local region won an Angler of the Year in Illinois before he went out and did the Opens and made the Elite Series. So well accomplished.
How old was he then?
I think he's 16 or 17.
Wow.
Yeah.
Had to homeschool while he was fishing in the EQs because it started in the spring of his senior year in high school. 51 pounds, 5 ounces. He's now your leader. Spent a lot of time up there at that position in the leaderboard yesterday. Let's see if he can maintain it. Seems to be a lot going on right now at Lake Fork.
Well, this is the Yum Christy Crawl. It's green pumpkin, purple flake. Just Texas rig, about as simple as you can get. This time of year, they just like it. There's a lot of cover around the bank, a lot of grass, a lot of wood. Overall, the size is just here, and it's the right time of year. You know, we're in that spawn time of year. Fish trying to move up to bed, so it's a good little bait to get them caught.
Stetson Blaylock with your Bass Pro Shops top lures right there. Stetson hanging in there in 3rd place, started the day in 2nd place. What a day they are going to go after. Obviously, they are getting after him again at Lake Fork, the AFTCO Bassmaster at Lake Fork. And Suits, what is going on?
How about a Skeeter Boats big fish alert from Mike Iaconelli, a 7-pound, 9-ouncer. He was just inside the cut to start the day, and he's going to try to stay in there. He had 21-14 on day 1.
That's a good start for sure.
That's a builder.
For that project. And that's what today is all about. Get inside the 50 cut. That's the only way you'll be fishing on the weekend. Semi-final Saturday is tomorrow with only 50 of our original 103 anglers.
Tyler Williams has a 20-pound bag on 4 fish from 14th to 2nd. Patrick Walters is 8th. He's got 21-12 on 4 fish.
He's only skipped over about 70 people, right?
Yeah, he started 79th.
Do you have a overheat light on the big fish alert?
He's got a 9-0.
Because that thing had to
So that one hit it.
There we go.
Gosh, he's just barely hooked. He ain't that big. Another good one to get us going. He was hooked better than I thought he was. I watched him come get it.
$3.5-pounder.
Well, let's not get to 30, but we got to catch something to get going.
For those who may be just tuning in, day 2 of Lake Fork, Bassmaster Elite Series. Lake Fork has a slot limit. What's the lower end of it, Such? Is it like 15?
Well, you got a 16-inch to count.
Top 50 cut.
It's got to be 16 inches to even count. So you throw it immediately back if it's under 16.
Anything up to 24 inches has to be put back in the lake. If you catch it over, which is over the slot limit of 24 inches, you can bring it into weigh-in. But that's the only way we'll ever be able to do a tournament at Lake Fork for the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's why this is only our 5th time with B.A.S.S. here, is a catch, weigh, release format. And so this was instilled with the TTBC way back in the day when Fork was utilized on that platform of tournaments without anywhere else being able to fish here. So if you're just joining in, catch, weigh, releases at Lake Fork because of that slot limit, which has helped these fish grow.
Oh, yeah,
to
that's
huge
the reason we're seeing
proportions.
fish.
For sure.
I should know this. Do you remember what year the first TBC was?
Had to be like 07, 08 or something.
7 or 8,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
Stop.
the Mega Bass Vision 110 +1. Gamakatsu short shank EWGs, razor sharp. Like 2 pounds?
2 pounds, 3 ounces.
Yeah. Okay.
2 pounds, 4 ounces.
Well, I'll take an ounce. Thank you very much. 2 pounds, 4 ounce. We got 3 fish, guys. We got 3 fish. I swear. So in practice, I had day 1, 4 keepers, day 2, 2 keepers, day 3. It's just nice to get, give me some. Oh, yes, feels so good. All right, they got to get bigger, but first we got to start with 5. And then we just keep it going, keep it rolling, and then we just target only big heads. Only big heads for the rest of the day after we get 5, so 2 more. But you know what? I'm not going to discriminate. I'll take a big head right now. That'll be just fine. It's cool to see there's a little bit more fish that pushed up, a little bit more shallow today. Which I don't know if it's with the wind or what else that's playing factor, or I should say the lack of wind, because yesterday she was blowing. But yeah, I think they're wanting to go up shallow, and I know that they definitely have. I know guys absolutely smashed them. Shout out to my boy Squid, Stetson Blaylock, for catching a freaking Donkersaurus yesterday.
Squid.
And I know Taku's doing the same deal as me, because I gave him one of my jerk baits. So.
Interesting look I think we've not seen yet on the headgear for...
Zaldane was close with his big old shades.
We got something that, yeah, okay, yeah. We have seen that look before. That's where it is. That's a Lloyd
man.
Christmas, I believe. Is that not the angler we're talking about on the right there?
Yeah.
Could be, could be.
One had money in the hand, the other one's got a green fish that's gonna make him some money.
It all spins.
All right.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
Whatever it takes. That's what we're saying this week. And boy, things are working out there for so many people on Lake Fork. They didn't work for everyone yesterday. As Lee Livesey warned us, there would be so many people who would be deprived of this experience. But they're all out there today trying to all get their part of it. Back to our leader to start the day, Taku Ito.
Another fish on a jerkbait. See those docks in the background. He did catch a fish or 2 yesterday under the boat docks.
Same area. Okay.
Yeah. £2, 9 ounces.
Yeah, 2.9. Yep, thank you. Oh. Number 2. Little bit small one, but okay. Yes. Thank you.
I think everybody's been sort of working in their minds a lowering of expectations for today, because if we expect it to be like yesterday, we could be in for depression if we're demanding that and nothing else. But I don't know, it's going pretty well.
It's going pretty well. There's a jerk bait above that fish. Fish going up to it. He's fixing to catch it. He's about to catch it. He's got him.
That ain't the big one, but we'll take it right now. Well, maybe not.
Get accustomed to what you're looking at. You can actually see the fish turn.
Definitely not that big one.
And to see that so clearly, and that's a small fish according to Lake Fork standards.
Oh, yeah.
Very small.
Jeez. Hold up, I need to measure that one.
But not for the 24 measurement, though.
Oh, yeah. Almost 15.
Yeah, I was pretty sure of that, Suits. That's 14 for the medal, not 16.
Yeah, 16 is where it starts. 16 to 24, I think, is the slot, but under 16 can be brought into weigh-in.
That's the slot, 16 to 24. 2007 was the first TTBC, and it said that was Texas's regulation. Anything 16 to 24 had to release immediately. I think they had tournaments where if you caught one under 16, you could keep it, and over 24. So people would have one giant fish and 4 little ones.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And over and an under, they call them. Yeah.
This is way up. This is a little earlier with Justin Hamner. You got to see this. This is yet another great catch. But
that's why when you catch a 15.5 incher, you don't even know if it's a keeper because he started the day catching this, an 8-pounder. So beautiful, beautiful fish there by Justin Hamner.
Belly.
2 for 2 on days on camera and power pole replays of the day for him. So
pretty strong.
Leading the stat category for that, I guess. I don't know who keeps up with. I guess I keep up with it now.
Yeah.
Dang it.
The one last week on a mop jig, he told me yesterday one of the fish he weighed in was on a mop jig, but more of them on a jerkbait. You can see that's what's working for him this morning. Fish is following it.
Oh my gosh. Come on. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Throw the jigs.
This is that sneaky sneak. Where is it?
Yeah, so sneaky. He hit it so well he can't find it. You'll find it at the St. Lawrence, like last year's Easter egg.
If Patrick stole my stick, we're gonna be fighting after the day.
The rooms with Patrick Walters might be so sneaky that Patrick's got it tied on this morning.
Maybe yesterday's Marshall for Justin took it because he realized it was so sneaky.
Like, I know it was right here.
Where did I put it?
I think most of us can relate to this.
Stick.
oh yeah,
It's like
All the
made for
storage
hard baits.
compartments.
I think that fish would have bit if you just cast it back out there.
There it is right there. 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Dude. I know I put it in here. That's weird. But it's like the stick where you can like rub it on your hard baits and stuff. Fish keep following it.
It'll be his cameraman. He's got an extra peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
yeah. The cameraman's tipped off to that now.
They're just in that weird lethargic mood today.
But you can see there's 2 nice fish following his jerk bait, that cast. Oh, that's a big one. Follow for about 5-6 feet and then turn around.
He's kind of window shopping.
They can't get any closer.
Hamner works away here. He's in 6th place right now, about 8 pounds back of our leader, Trey McKinnys, the rookie, on top for now anyway, on this spectacular day number 2 on Lake Fork. Step away for a minute and come right back for you. Day 2 action. We are still in our 2nd hour of fishing here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. You're in East Texas, just about an hour's time east of Dallas, Texas. Legendary for big bass, imagined, executed, completed with big bass in mind, and it is showing what happens when you do that. Just incredible weights yesterday, 14 limits over 30 pounds. And right now, the leader, Trey McKinnys, 51 pounds. He spent a lot of time atop the leaderboard yesterday. The rookie, Tyler Williams, right behind him. Youth quake, they used to call it back in the 60s. So many young people rising to the top. Take it out to Trey McKinnys right now.
So we've got a...
Oh, yes, Lowrance bird's eye view. Get a little perspective on just where he is in that particular spot with regard to the bank. Talk about Matty Wong showing us a look we hadn't seen ever before in the Bassmaster Elite Series. You know, that was kind of
snowboard type.
Yeah, very much snowboarding sort of look. It's Ed from Trey McKinnys. Also, a different sort of look. Yes. What would you call that, Davey?
Don't know. I'll have to pass that over to Ronnie.
What do you call that, Ronnie? Star Wars.
Yeah,
Yes,
Star Wars.
he's one of the
Got your blast shield.
Gun.
Put your blast shield down.
Very, very extraterrestrial sort of feel to it out there. Got to be intimidating.
Got to be
big helmet.
There's no telling what that thing picks up.
That's more like
it.
Go speed race.
That's more like it.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Our research team and the control panel here in the mega headquarters of Bassmaster Live has done it again, folks.
So we had some bass track discrepancies yesterday, so that causes everything into question. Some guys have been texting in weights, some individually inputting them.
Right.
We just got confirmation during the break that Buddy Gross's 31-pound bag is accurate. He's got a 6'6", an 8'7", a 5'6", 5'14", and a 4'15". 31 pounds. He's up to 4th place with 45.13. He's inside the cut line from being, he's one of those guys who had 14 or 15 pounds yesterday that can make tomorrow and then move up from there.
And Ito has not fallen out of our top 10. He's got 2 fish. He's dropped down, but his bass have not been entered yet.
Them little guys don't mind biting. But that sun's going to come out later. It could get dirty.
Buddy Gross with 31 pounds already this morning. That's
whenever
incredible.
That sun comes out, these fish really start suspending, kind of looking around, looking for bait.
2 even.
Oh, 2-pounder.
Yes, sir.
How close do I have to hold it?
On his way to a limit with one he doesn't really want to be part of the final tally.
Seth Fighter with an 8-2. He's up to 12th place with 3 fish.
No, wait a minute. Okay.
There we go.
Come on. We're scaring me now. Are we under attack?
Yeah.
A big old bug.
Justin Hamner just said, just wait till the sun comes out. Those folks in the truck will really be active
This
then.
is day
This is 2 big ones.
of Bass Live in the last week and a half.
Save some of this for when the fish aren't biting.
Yeah.
Oh. Got him. Oh, that might not big, but. You're good. Come on, baby. Come on. Wow. A little jolt of energy. Still a pretty nice one. I didn't think it was that big. I knew when I saw them, I was like, they're gonna bite. This one's more mad than anything. Hey, stop it. There's a nice solid one. I was like, I knew he was coming. I just didn't know if it was gonna be this big or 6 pounder.
Hold me up before I weigh this one. Though.
Okay. Let's get it, baby.
All right.
Okay.
4-5.
4-5. Let's get it.
Puts him at 21, 15, 55 pounds, 10 ounce total.
Chunky one. Look how fat he is. He was so fat.
Records will be broken this week.
I think you're right. Dave made a bold prediction.
Now we just need like 8, a 9.
They need 6 to beat Falcon overall, 15 century belts, and there's 9 in here, so 6 will tie it. 7 will beat it, so
maybe.
He said it's going to be
conservative prediction.
Yeah. Like you said earlier, though, I think we all have that reluctancy to think that it can happen like it did yesterday, just because it's so different.
Yeah, uncommon. Daryl Gleason
too
said
funny.
There may be guys who are cut that were on pace, like you were in Falcon. Like there could be guys 11th, 12th, 13th.
Sure.
That,
There will be, I think. Yeah,
for sure. And even on pace, that could be 75 pounds. But if you came into the final day with 68 pounds, 32 pounds is very doable for 100. So on pace is just the 25 easy a day. When you can catch 39 pounds, if you're over 60, you got a shot.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're over 60 this week, you're going to be 35th and most definitely home.
10th place, Kyle Patrick, 31.15. You extrapolate that, you're talking almost 96 pounds, which we probably won't have. The top 10 guy, there'll be some fall off, but you're shaking your head?
Either gonna bite or he ain't.
Still very early in the second day.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at those numbers, you think, well, if that's the case at the end of the day, but this is, it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning there.
Well, thank you.
Kyle Welch with 19.5 is in our top 10. He was in the 50s.
That ain't making my day.
Well, when you get 15 pounds on 2 fish, Welcher 7.14 and a 6.12.
Oh, too far. Hitting stumps, clashing into stumps. Huh? Everybody.
I had some texts last night. I know a lot of people are thinking this, our viewers, that well, it's just all about the live scope. And there's some very good live scopers, or there's some very good anglers that have had success using forward-facing sonar that did not catch very much at all yesterday.
Oh,
so
yeah.
And they all have it on their boat except one person, John Cox. So those anglers that caught over 30 pounds yesterday, it's not just because they had live scope technology on their boat or Mega Live or, whatever brand they might be using.
Patrick Walters just caught number 5, up from 79th to 8th. He's got 24.2 for his total so far. A couple smalls
Not bad
in there.
for 90 minutes of fishing. That's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Fair piece of work
Him
there.
and Buddy Gross both have had a pretty good morning.
Yeah.
90 minutes.
Buddy did it in about 75 minutes, so.
31 pounds.
Bit,
Congratulations to my
yeah.
friend Buddy Gross. That's
Buddy.
a way to make a comeback.
2-time winner of Bassmaster Elite Series.
Ronnie kept talking him up that every other year he's won the second elite event of the season.
Well,
you never know.
Back to Taku Ito.
Bad start at Toledo Bend, though, for Buddy Gross.
Taku's total is not showing up on the
no
Bass track right now, did you say, Such? Yeah.
It is not.
Got 3 keepers, nothing huge.
He's still in our top 10.
Yeah.
Although it's not reflecting that on the Bass track. He's hooked up again.
Wow. Jacob Peraznik in 8:14. Still catching him.
Yeah.
0.
Yep.
Like 2 pounds, 14 ounces.
Yep. 214. Okay. Number 3, 4, 4? I don't know.
Number 4.
It's the one tournament he doesn't really have to know how many he does.
Catch them all, weigh them all.
But it is important to know your weight because he came up yesterday and was like, I don't have 30, I've got 39, I think. And they did the scoreboard check and he was correct.
Morning. No good. Morning, no good.
Taku should be in third with 51 pounds.
Next area.
His Bass track isn't working, but he's got 11. 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
39.1, that's 51.
My record.
Evens
Personal
out.
record. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yep.
Jordan Lee just got over 20 pounds, won 4 fish. His second 6-pounder. He's got 5.5 and a little 212.
Making a move today also.
Yeah.
A little slower start for him yesterday.
Among the 14 who had 30-pound bags yesterday, what was the smallest fish? I wrote down all the individual weights off Bass track. So they could be off a hair, but Wesley Gore had a 2-pound 12-ouncer and a 3.4 in his 32.2, but he had the 7.3, 8.6, and the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the event, a 10.9. That kind of helps your average here.
Yes. And those are the first 3 that he caught.
Yeah.
Big ones, yeah, because he had to fill with the 212 and the 3.4.
Davey, did you ever catch a double digit in the elites?
Yeah, sure did.
How many?
Where?
What'd you say we had, 21?
Caught one at St. John's and one at Falcon. Caught one or two before it was officially the elites, but those are the two after they were deemed elites.
What were the weights?
No, actually, and one at another at Clear Lake.
It had its own bag for you. That would have had its own bag at Clear Lake, right? Didn't you?
Yeah.
When you catch a certain sized weight at Clear, you got to put them in all in different bags.
Yep.
Like Hackney was telling me it's hard to get those real big overs in 220 something events. He only had, his biggest was an 11-11, which, you know him, he's a big fish hunter.
So I caught the one at Falcon on the jig, the one at Clear Lake on a jerkbait, and the one at St. John's on the bed. I started on it the first morning and caught it on a creature bait. Not a bacon rind, but a creature bait.
Yeah. Justin
Actually,
Hamner.
Flapping hog. Justin says they're going to start biting when the sun comes out. He's having a good morning.
When I saw him on there, I was like, it don't look that big. I mean, I'll take him, and then he took off.
Zeroed out.
Two eight. Well,
You know, a place with giant fish translates to big, big moves, especially early in the day, before everyone gets set up and going. And I think we can be unanimous, Davey, about our Mercury move of the day.
No doubt about it. Buddy Gross from 86th place all the way up to 5th place at about 8:30 this morning. He had finished out this limit. First fish a 6'6", 8'7", 5'6", 5'14", and 4'5". They were getting a little smaller for Buddy there towards the end, but
room to call.
Congratulations. Today's total 31 pounds even.
Buddy, who's won at Alabama's Lake Eufaula, also won on the Harris chain. Looking to win, like you pointed out, Ronnie, maybe for the second time, the second event of the year again. We'll see. AFTCO Elite on day number 2, full field out there. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at fantastic Lake Fork, Yantis, Texas. We've got plenty of action we have seen so far today. Let's take a look at our results right now. And at this point in time, 2 rookies atop the leaderboard, Trey McKinnys and Tyler Williams, 55-10 and 53-3. Taku Ito caught 39 plus yesterday. Take the top spot when we started. He's down to 3rd place now. Ronnie, thanks for getting that updated for us. Will Davis Jr., a winner last year as a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Man, oh man. The young anglers have taken on this place with such a hallowed tradition of big bass and just are showing us how it gets done. Justin Hamner, a relative veteran compared to these youngsters we have inhabiting the top spots. But he's having a good day as well. We have seen the results of it.
Patrick Walters. He's caught a 690. He's up to 8 pounds, 5 ounces. He's in 6th place from 79th.
Wow.
28 pound, 5 ounces. Second to Buddy Gross's 31 pound.
which way you going, buddy? Gosh, they fight so hard. Why are you going over there? Come here. He's hooked in the top of the head. Just give it up, buddy. Come. Yeah. That's a good one.
That one will help him.
Little chomp. Look at that little lipstick. She is about to pop. Gosh, she fought hard. That is a beautiful, beautiful bass.
All right, zeroed out. $5. 7.
Yeah. 5.7. That's how they're supposed to be built. I mean, that's just a different breed of fish. I love Lake Fork. Come on, come on. Let's get this thing rolling. Get it rolling. I give this 5 on it.
7 gets us go.
Add that to his 8-1. And 3 little ones from 1.5 to 2.5 pounds. So he has got plenty of
to get rid of now.
Done big things today.
And we love the early morning moves by Patrick Walters and Buddy Gross, but you have to keep that in mind. Someone like Justin Hamner.
Yeah.
It's catching them and has a lot of room to grow.
Aha. Yeah, you thought you could hide? You thought you could hide? Well, I guess you can dive. I mean, I guess that's an option.
Skeeter boats, here we go again. Big fish alert from Jordan Lee. In 8:14, he's got 29.15 on the day, and he's climbed into 5th place. Started the day 54th.
This is getting nuts. Love it.
Love it. So we're ahead of where we were yesterday.
I would say yes. I would say definitely.
I remember Wesley
yes.
Gore had the 3 that was 26 or 27 by this time, but I don't know if we had a 30-pound stringer by, what time is it? 8:53?
Yeah.
Before 9 o'clock, I don't know if we had a 30-pound stringer yesterday.
Right? Jordan Lee, an ounce away. Patrick Walters, a pound 11 away.
I think it was more like
Buddy Gross over.
Over, Buddy.
10-15 was Taku's, 4 for 30 mark, maybe.
Yeah.
Old Sands has 25.
Can it be better than yesterday?
I'm not ruling it out.
I mean, you heard many guys say it was tough to get the last fish. Some guys late catches. There's 83 limits.
See what he does. He looks funny. Too good to be true, but gotta cast. Oh, he's rising. He might get himself in a predicament that he might not be able to get himself out of. And I'm hoping that's the case. Oh, I thought he seen it for a second. I was about to get all excited. See, like, this is the deal I come to. Like, do I throw a minnow? Do I throw a jerkbait? Like, what would this fish bite? And you really don't know. It's a bad thing. But if he sees my jerkbait, he's turning. Somewhat. No, hey. Here comes one. All right, that's the one we need. Come on, Lord. Minnow, or let's do a minnow. Oh. He just wasn't for it.
Fish must be really high in the water column. You see when you're throwing that minnow bait, not letting it sink very far at all. And the jerk bait, you see, he didn't make a long cast to try to get it deeper. He threw right over the fish.
Uh-oh, this might have been the right choice. Dude, come on.
I try to 15 feet again. Hopefully, yeah.
Come on, get there. Get there.
Got the Lowrance bird's eye view of Matty Wong here.
See, just a little timber where he's at, not a whole lot. Right off of a break, it looks like you see that. The lighter color there, almost a yellow hue to it. The shallower water, he's fishing right off the break. There we go. There's a main lake point. Kind of like we talked about yesterday, we thought the anglers that were catching those heavier stringers, they weren't up on the bank like a lot of the ones we were with yesterday with cameras in their boat. They were not deep, but you know where those fish are staging, and some of the fish I think that were already up there to spawn backed off, holding on that cover and that.
Yeah, so many of our guys we were with shallow said the ones were covered with this place yesterday.
That's what you
disappeared.
want. You want two of them together.
With a 7-pound, 3-ouncer, Kyle Welcher's over 29 pounds. 29, one from 58th up to 7th place. Some big names moving. Walters is right behind him.
It's such a different fishery. I think a lot of those anglers, because I asked myself yesterday and we talked about it, why don't they just back off where those bigger females are? Most lakes and most places, hey, I'll just survive catching these 3-pound males, 3.5-pound males, go in with 17, and the weather's going to change, it's going to get warmer, everything's going to be fine. But they were just so far behind the 8-ball, so to speak, with a 17-pound stringer. You know, it's going to be, we're going to have a few like a Buddy Gross and Patrick Walters are going to be able to make that ground up, but it's
you still have
very
the luxury
difficult
of being able
us.
to wait for something like that here. You just,
So you got to target those 5 to 10-pound fish every day, no matter what the conditions are here on Lake Fork.
Last week at Toledo Bend, you just about had everybody that had a down day, even our winner had a day that could have been 13. He saved it and made it a 16-pound day, but I don't know if you can afford a bad day here.
Right. And most lakes you can, this is what we're talking about. And last week, a prime example, the winner had that 16-pound day. I don't know if you can have a 16-pound day and win here this week.
No. Dynamics for this place are just different from anywhere else we've ever been. That's what's making it such a treat to spend 4 days here, Bassmaster Live, second stop of the year, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, and Trey McKinnys, the rookie, on top. The second-year man, Will Davis Jr., has made a big jump up all the way into second place right behind Trey McKinnys. Tyler Williams, another rookie. Justin Hamner, we've been spending a lot of time with him today. And Jordan Lee back with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we'll be back in a minute. We are back to Toledo Bend, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Fantastic. Toledo Bend. What did I say? I'm stuck in time. This is, of course, Lake Fork. Last week was Toledo Bend. Two fantastic lakes. Toyota is sponsoring our live coverage today, Bassmaster Live. Of course, it's always, and it's seemingly more important every year to keep track of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race. Ben Milliken, the man on top of that race, good top 10 finish last week at Toledo Bend. Maybe that's what I was thinking about. Also at Toledo Bend in 12th place was Trey McKinnys. He's leading the tournament right now, so he is tucked in just a couple of points, sprinkle of points behind Ben Milliken.
I thought this was actually the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings, not the Dakota Lithium. Oh, they're actually the same at the top, so
well,
that's why it looks familiar.
That's right. You've teased that already, Ronnie. It's kind of coming true.
Haven't heard from Milliken today. He's not on Bass Trek yet.
Oh, interesting.
There's one.
This was earlier today with Trey McKinnys. Wasted no time getting started, that's for sure.
Wasted no time getting started, and he's caught more numbers this morning than he did yesterday. Yesterday, all day long, only landed 8 fish. Said it was a lot tougher than it appeared by the weights that were on the leaderboard, but this morning he's getting it done with numbers. No giants so far for him, but I think we'll be seeing it.
Maybe giants everywhere but here.
Yeah, and
that's what's
you know, it depends on what you're calling giants.
Yeah,
I
what's
mean,
your point of reference is?
Most places, 6-pounders are giants.
Not a bad little fish.
Trey McKinnys, the third place finisher overall in the elite qualifying competition last year.
There are some really dangerous anglers who have had a 8, 9, 10 pounder in their big fish weight, but the fact that he doesn't have a giant, like Davey was saying, a 5'10", a 5'13", that is a great foundation that if you cull a 3-pounder out with an 8-pounder, that's where you can make those. This was a great day. Now it's a giant day. Out to Stetson
Small
Blaylock.
guys, though. Still small guys, but that one came and got it, which is a good thing.
Looks like a wacky rig yum dinger, which we've seen Stetson use a lot through the years.
You got to keep working, keep hustling. I've thrown at some really nice ones this morning off the bank. Rig yum dinger, and I just cannot get those bigger ones to commit to it. That one did right, but they're scooting along the bottom like it's really weird. They're coming up looking at it and then they go back down instead of just eating the bait. Just got to continue to get them to commit, get some of those bigger ones to commit. I caught a 7-pounder yesterday doing this, so I know the capability and the fish are there to do it.
Stetson started the day in second place. He's now sitting in 9th place.
Huge reason why he had that 37-pound day yesterday was 9+ pounder. Got to see that one at the weigh-in. That wasn't over.
Caught it on the bed. A lot of folks thought that all those upper 30-pound stringers were live scopers, but that's not the case.
No. 9-10 off the bed.
A little mixture.
Yeah, a mixture.
In and out, which is to be expected on a cloudy day. You know, you were not optimal sight fishing days, but those that are up there will bite, but there's also fish that are going to maybe be more active off.
And if you know where a 9-pounder is on the bed, go try to catch it.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
You know, when you've got 20 pounds, if you don't know what another fish is that will help you, then go do something else.
Fishing. Yeah, go.
Absolutely.
Well, we've been talking about records and possible history, and Stetson's hooked up right now.
Stetson with another fish on.
I think I called this a little bit earlier, that this is what it's going to take today. Bigger fish. Come over here. Get over here. Come here. These ain't gonna get it done, but I feel a little more confident in what I'm seeing here. That one went through the fish's lip and back out and back in again.
2 pounds, 14 ounces.
To think that Stetson Blaylock only needs like 13 pounds today to still be on pace for the Century Club is absolutely astonishing. We did see someone last week break 100 pounds with a 16-pound day, and that was our winner, Kiyoya Fujita. We've been talking about history, milestones, and possible records broken here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I've got some stats to compare the most record-breaking and historical event we've ever had in Bassmaster history, along with what our day one was, to see how they line up. But couple day one stats at Fork to kind of set the bar of how good of a week it could be for the field of 103 Elite Series pros. 14, that is the number of 30-pound bags we saw on day one of competition. by far the most we've ever seen in a Elite Series event in the last decade. You know, in the last couple of years for sure. 69 20-pound bags represented. So you have 19 anglers broke the 20-pound mark and did not break into our cut, which was 21 pounds 11 ounces. So you want to talk about tight? From 21.11 to 20 pounds even, that's 19 anglers on their way home tomorrow if they do not up that number for today. Now we go from day one fork and the stats there on how it compares to mighty Falcon Lakes. The 2008 Falcon Lake event, by far the biggest all-time weight we've ever had. It's all top 12 of those anglers who made the final day broke the Century Club. Davey Height, who finished in the top 30 in that event, still was on pace for Century Club and didn't make the final day. So let's compare day one stats. Big bag, 39-1 for Taku Ito this week. It was 42 even for Aaron Martins at Falcon. The big bass of the day was a 10-9 for Wesley Gore this week. It was a 13-2 from Scott Campbell, which is still the biggest bass in Elite Series history. I know it's not the overall B.A.S.S, but Elite competition, day one Falcon, big bass, still stands the test of time. 30-pound bags, I mentioned it, 14 for Fork. There were 18 at Falcon, so very close. I think Davey Height was one of those 16th, 17th place spot with 30 pounds, 6 ounces, so 18 30-pound bags. And then how did 20-pound bags stack up? 69 20-pound bags for the Elites, 80 for the 2008 Elite Series field, which I think was 110 pros. Not saying that's, you know, any different, but 7 extra anglers out here. If that's 7 of the right anglers, we could be at 7 more and make it 21 30-pound bags, or 7 more and make it 76 20-pound bags. So the way it stacks up, probably the closest day for day, pound for pound battle between anything and 2008 Falcon that we've ever seen. So day two's off to a good start. I know Stetson Blaylock wants bigger fish from what he's getting right now, but still well on pace to achieve a lot of historical things, especially with 3/4 of today to go.
That's not Drew.
One stat I was curious about, how old was Trey McKinnys when we had that Falcon Lake tour?
Ooh, if he just turned 19 in 2024, that means he was just born in 2005, so he was 3.
3 years old.
Probably 3.5, because it was like a summer event, right?
Most incredible big fish event in Elite Series history. Wow. Time marches on.
Yeah. I would say, safe to say, this is the biggest and baddest we've ever had on live.
Bank a little
bit. What's going on right here?
That in the last time
that there's going to be some good ones caught on the bank.
42, and
you got to do what you got to do
there as well
when you're not getting bites. Just kind of started panning around. I've thrown at some really nice ones that hadn't bit my stuff, but we're working, we're hustling, we're trying to just keep catching fish, and eventually a couple of them will be big ones. What you mouthing up there, old boy? Hell, yeah. The ones I've caught this morning ain't gonna do no good, though. That's the problem.
Stetson Blaylock about to fish his 5th Bassmaster Classic in a row. That's pretty good going there. That's coming up in 3 weeks.
Been very consistent over.
Yes, he has.
I don't remember he was in studio with us, had a bad year or two, and he said, "I'm not that guy. I'm better than that." I mean, he was very
First 2 years here,
Yeah, and he has done
he's
well since then.
Bad for Stetson Blaylock in his first 2 years was just middle of the pack in the 50s. Not even bad like in jeopardy getting cut or any, just right in the middle of the pack, just outside of you know, making the classic, things like that. But for Stetson, he is one of the most consistent anglers, no matter where we go. Made every cut last year. Most of the time, we'll make 7 out of the 9 cuts at least every year.
And he was 10th in AOI points just by making every single cut.
And I think
Day 2 cut.
You know, he was right in the hunt of the 2019 AOI. He was one of those 5 anglers within just single-digit points. And I think he's had another year in the top 10, and then last year. So 3 of the last 5 years, I think he's been in the top 10.
Right over there. Did you see it?
He finished 8 points behind Canterbury that year, Rennie. Tied with Corey Johnston.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I didn't catch it.
Sounds like West Logan, maybe?
Yep. I could tell by the boat. West Logan. He's not catching them this morning, is he? On Bass Track?
Let's see.
Hadn't got it going yet.
2 for 8. 8-5.
Yeah, he had 25.5 on day 1.
He's one of those anglers I think I remember saying, you know, that didn't get many bites, that they were good ones.
I think he was fish shallow and possibly sight fished some yesterday as well. I think I saw him in Kyle Jesse's photo gallery around with Christy, you know, and it also was pictured.
It gets too shallow in here for that.
Already today, Buddy grows 31 pounds even from 86th to 11th. Walters, 28 from 79th to just in 10th place. Kyle Welcher, 29-1, 58th to 8th. And Jordan Lee, 29-15 from 54th to 6th right now. Of course, everybody doesn't have their limits, so that'll jump around a bunch.
And that's the hardest thing for somebody like Buddy Gross. Like Cooper Gallant, Brandon Card, they had 4 fish yesterday, but 28 pounds. With someone who has 4 fish for 14 or 15, your next 5 fish have to be top tier. And then your next 5 fish have to be top tier again to make up for losing a single fish, which here was an average of a 5-pounder yesterday, Such. Like you were saying, like, oh, just under 5. So that's a hard deal to do to overcome missing a keeper fish.
Well, you just mentioned Cooper Gallant. He's got a 5.12, a 6.9. He's got a 3.9. He's up to 13th place.
Our leader's hooked up here. Smallest fish is a
coming to your side. He's barely hooked. I'm glad I saw him, dude. He was a speck. Come on, son. Let's see. Get him unhooked. That's a better one. Had 1 hook.
That's what I'm talking about, 0.
Might be a 4-pounder. Yeah, it is.
4.6.
4.6. Let's get it, baby. Like I said, we just got to call up one at a time. Hopefully we can get the right 5. But that's a start. That's a start. Okay, that's 23 maybe, 23. We need a 6-pounder bad way. That's what a lot of these guys got. They got a 9, 10-pounder. And that helps a lot, let me tell you. Sir.
Trey McKinnys started the day, 3rd place, all the way to 1st place in a very short period of time. That makes him our VMC on point so far today.
It's basically a hero or zero right now. It's a very weird thing. They were really on the bank in practice, and now this kind of cold front's got them all screwed up. You know, they're kind of out floating, which is good for me. Some guys, you know, not so happy about it when their bedding fish leave, but it's supposed to warm up through the week, so hopefully they'll get in a little bit more of a positive mood. And I think we're going to see still some big weights. You know, I think, like I said, I think it's going to be maybe a little top heavy. The fishery's amazing. They're fat. They're healthy. Like I say, it's pretty crazy.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, day number 2. Sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Oh, we're getting spoiled here. At an alarming rate here, but that happens, and we wouldn't have it any other way. What do you expect when you come to a place like Lake Fork? It has really been performing over one day and, well, 2.5 hours. That's all the time we've had to fish here, but what we have seen has been massive, especially when we look at our leaderboards. There's a man who started on top of the leaderboard today, Taku Ito.
That'll help. Just 5th keeper.
First cast. Got it.
Belly on her.
Yeah.
0.
All right.
4 pounds, 1 ounce.
Yep. 4-1. First cast. Yeah, black spot. Taku spot. Taku fish. I don't know that. Happy. Good job, dude. Thank you very much.
5.
Oh, yeah.
But we need bigger ones.
Yes, sir. 1 cast, 1 fish. 5 cast, 5 fish, 40 pounds. And I eat a lunch. I wanna eat pizza. So Japan, the pizza is a very like a Christmas big day, big meal. Yeah, pizza is a big meal, but American people, pizza is a everyday easy meal. Yeah. So my son, oh, today the pizza. Oh, big day. That's awesome. That's Christmas, but American kids, today's the pizza. Oh, okay. I like busy pizza. Pepperoni is good, but too much meat, pepper.
Oh, you like veggie pizza?
Yeah, veggie pizza, I like it, yeah. Taku bait is like a veggie pizza. Fish like that.
So you like Domino's or Pizza Hut?
I like a Pizza Hut. Yeah, Pizza Hut always.
Good call.
Thick crust or thick crust?
Yeah, thick crust, I like that. Yeah, my favorite is thick crust.
Yeah. Have him tell us about his secret Japanese bait. Enough of the pizzas.
Okay, yes.
Making me hungry.
Okina-sakana.
That 4-pounder got him up to 16 pounds even, and back into 2nd place. Plenty of room to grow. He's got 3 that between pound 15 to 14.
Notice a couple other guys just jumping in there. Cooper Gallant, 26.8 on the day. Just filled his limit with a 5.14. He's in 3rd place. Will Davis Jr. up in 4th, and Tyler Rivette has climbed inside our top 10 at 7th with 4 fish.
Lots of great performances through the years for Taku Ito. Best of all, this one right here, 2021, up at the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario.
Absolutely incredible what he did there. On the final day, I think 26 pounds of smallmouth, 26 plus, something like that. Final day, come back for Taku. He made us all he made mention earlier, though, that he can catch largemouth too, but boy, his first few tournaments where he really got everyone's attention, and the fans love him because he's so great on stage back then, and he still is. But he can catch greenfish and brownfish.
I think he still owes cameraman Jake his boat because Jake put it in as 26 even. He says, I don't think I have 26. He's like, I think you do. He said, I'll bet your boat. And he said, okay, sounds good. And it was 26 even. Taku's boat is Jake's boat now.
Well, I think at that point, Taku's English was not, he thought, he didn't realize he was betting his boat. It was, he thought it was like
pepperoni pizza.
Yeah,
Betting
pepperoni
pizza.
He thought it was like bet the farm. It was just a figure of speech.
Right.
Yeah.
Another angler making a move. Cole Sands over 28 pounds today.
Wow.
From way down 87th into our top 20.
See that? About.
That's a
Is that
nice
feet
one. No,
up
that's a
top?
bass.
No,
And
is that feet like 10 feet out in front of the boat? Because it's shallow.
Yeah.
Very, very close to the boat with his settings this week.
That's no small one either. It's a good one. See it just to the left of that timber, going left to right, the second timber. Now he's between the two.
Might be more than one. It looked like there was kind of like two blobs with it.
No, I can't get it out.
It's so hot.
Got reports from one of our super marshals, Rick Moore, who said Kiyoya Fujita had his hands on a 7-pounder. It came off, and he went to go grab it and went head first into Lake Fork.
Ooh. And
didn't get the fish, ended up getting back in the boat. But Kiyoya lost out on a 7-pounder just a couple moments ago.
What in the world? Not usually like this.
All of our top 10 plus
Whatever.
Kyle Welcher in 11th. Over 50 pounds right
Need
now.
to get a move on, Trey. Come on, you're piddling.
So he's having a great day. He was back. Yeah, 29-1 today.
Welcher, yeah, he's 58th.
Good move for him.
Thing is, these guys, he's got a 2.5 in his 5 fish. Walters has 2 3.5 pounders.
Well, there's 3. That fish is going, looking at his bait hard. Taku's following his bait. There's 3 big ones.
Oh, it's meters. I see it there, 3.6 meters. That's not feet deep, or it's his graph numbers are in meters. I have no idea what 10 meters is then. Is that 30 feet?
A little
more.
over 30 feet.
Yeah.
I need to hurry. I need to get
Meters a
myself
little more
done.
than a yard, 3 inches more than a yard.
Thought I seen a little line. Yeah, I did. Oh my gosh.
I got
That fish went crazy.
my guy Brian in my DMs telling me about meters. I appreciate the assistance on that one. I see right there. That was the first shot we had. Was just the fish. We didn't see the M beside the depth. So that was very perplexing for me. And he was right on top of those fish.
So Taku is one of several anglers that have the live transducers on the back of his boat. So I just thought it seemed so close because he was reading off one of the back transducers, but I think that is off the front, and it's meters, which makes more sense. So, but they are from the back of the trolling motor towards the back of the boat because that's where he keeps pitching.
I thought I seen him.
Yeah.
I was like, what's going on over there? I'm so inaccurate when my trolling motor's messed up like it is.
3 of them?
Yes.
There's 2 pieces of timber?
There's 3, yeah. 3 good ones, too.
About 40 to 50 feet out in front of the boat, or to the side, or wherever he's pointed, yeah.
He is not going to bite. No.
You hear Taku say, Trey and Taku.
Man,
Taku just said no, but Trey said he's not going to bite. I mean, both of them were just looking at fish they gave up on. Very similar to the sight fishing we were seeing yesterday, but a different type. And you got to know when to stay and when to go.
That's right. Budgeting time, so important.
Yes.
Because you can count on the fact that somebody's catching a giant while you're looking at some fish.
That had to be the weirdest feeling for guys. 24, 25 pounds, idling it away in. No one's here to interview you. Walk up to the tanks. You are 35th place or whatever it is. That's crazy.
No, I think when they pulled it up on their phone, because once they check in, that's what all of them want to do.
Yeah, they want to do Bass Track.
You
but
can
it's
look
like,
at Bass Track.
At some point it hits them and they're just like,
Don't look.
Oh my
what
God.
in
Don't
the
look.
world are we doing?
Yeah, with 24-25 yesterday, I can see a lot of guys turning their phone on the Bass Track thinking, I might not be leading, but I'm going to be right there. Going to have one of those cameras with me.
No, sir.
Been a while since we checked in with Kyle Norsetter. Started the day up there in 2nd place.
Been stuck on one fish.
The only angler with, in our top 6 that we have cameras with today, it seems to be fishing predominantly back in these pockets. The one fish he has so far, he caught off the bed. He's hooked up now, though.
Oh, God. Of course, it's got to be a dink. He ain't going to measure.
I've never thought this doing Bass Live, but that could be our Power Pole replay today, because that's like the uncommon, the unfamiliar.
Yeah, right.
For this show so far.
That's a curiosity of the day. Yeah, how did that one go?
I was just kidding, by the way. No Power Pole replay today there.
Where'd you go?
Kyle Norsetter from Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, in between Madison and Milwaukee. We've had him on live before, I think, one time.
Santee Cooper.
Santee Cooper.
Yep.
And the last day of the open season in 2022 at Sam Rayburn, where he came into the day at 8th or 9th and needed to finish top 5 to make the Elite Series, and he finished 3rd place. Or 2nd, I do believe. One of those. He made a huge jump, gained 5 points on that final day, and those were the 5 he needed.
See a little timber there to the right of his graph, but for the most part, it's grass, and these fish are a lot harder to pick up when they're down in that grass. The ideal situation, what we had last week and the leaders are doing now, is those fish suspended up in that timber where they're just real easy to pick out. They're just plain as day. These fish are more difficult to see if they're buried up in this vegetation.
He mentioned not only hydrilla, but milfoil or coontail. They all have different traits and characteristics to it. Some of them are crisper. You can snatch treble hooks through them. Some of them, it's harder to fish through there.
Some of them have canopies under, and the fish actually live under the top layer, which makes them real hard to see. Hydrilla especially.
Oh my God, he's a giant.
Oh, the old figure eight.
Boy.
That's tough. That's tough.
And he had aggressively worked that jerkbait vertically, like with his rod snaps, to get that fish to bite.
Makes it tough there. Makes it tough. So I learned this through the School of Hard Knocks.
Heartbreaking.
But when a fish
Absolutely
is that close
heartbreaking.
on
That was a
treble
6,
hooks,
at least.
you short line him and you rotate. I call it figure eight. You do a half of a figure eight.
It's fine.
It just
He's
seems
here.
to unhook him.
He's hanging out. We'll get
very
another
balls
one.
that hole out
Yeah.
quick. Just watch his rod tip
10
right
seconds
when
to
it
feel bad for
turns
myself.
Watch him. See, he's close, and I thought, oh goodness, I hope.
You got to just probably go.
Watch him do this.
Boom, pop the hook.
Right out.
That is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking.
And we've seen guys do that and land them. But in that situation
Yeah,
where
it
they
depends
go in
on
as
how
hard
you got
as,
them cooked.
Yeah,
Hook,
going
excuse
that
me,
hard,
hook,
you go around the
that's the
motor
name
on
of the
that one.
game.
Yep.
Brian
You know,
Smith,
That's why they call it fishing, not
89th
catching.
place with 4 fish. He just caught.
And even though that we're staring at a screen, it's still not a guarantee, you know?
What do you catch?
It's frustrating,
Let Matty talk.
especially when you can see, you can tell it's a big one. You know it's a good one. It comes up, obviously. You could probably go back and replay it. It was at least all a 6. But on the positive note, so I'm going to take something positive away from this, is that she lives here, and we can always come back. So I'm going to let her set up, do her thing, chill out a little bit. We'll go check in on her in like maybe half an hour or an hour, and she'll still be over there. And she ain't going anywhere, which is good. And hopefully we can get her again and just get another opportunity. But it's definitely heartbreaking when you have a chance like that.
Brian Smith, an 8-10, a 7-8, and an 8-4 within 12 minutes.
Wow.
24-6 on 4 fish. He's up to 30th from 89th. 3 fish, I'm sorry.
He's needed it too. What a terrible Toledo he had. And then day one here, it was the weirdest 3 days of Brian Smith's elite career with how good he was last year.
You could tell on the weigh-in stage yesterday with Dave Mercer and Lisa Talmadge that, give the exact words, but I'll do better. He basically promised that something was going wrong that he couldn't explain, but he would do better, and he has.
It's an important one for Kyle.
It's a good sign, fellas. Let me slide over here.
Exceptionally tough day so far for Kyle Norsetter. Maybe he's going to get out of that slump somehow. Matty Wong needed that fish too. He had fallen from 6th place all the way to, well, almost out of the top 20. So that was a disappointment for him. He could come back from that. Got plenty of time today. Lots of fishing left to go here. Day number 2, you got to be in the top 50 today. That's what we got to remember. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, all important day number 2 for this full field here, because it won't be a full field tomorrow, only 50. We'll be fishing on semifinal Saturday. Trey McKinnys started this day in 3rd place. The rookie now up with the lead on top of Tyler Williams, another rookie. And there's Taku Ito, who started the day with the lead. He's in 3rd place, but just a little squeaker behind our winners, about 2.5 pounds. And we have seen a lot today. We have packed a lot of big fish action and moves up and down the leaderboard. Let's check it out with our Yamaha Midday report. We spent a lot of time with this man right here, Alabama's Justin Hamner.
He's always fun to spend some time with. Justin Hamner just seems to be having fun, no matter where we're at, but he's certainly having fun. Yesterday, having over 30 pounds. Today, the size hasn't been there overall, but look at that one. He does have one 8-pounder, but the others have been a little smaller. He's got one more good solid fish, so I'm sure he's hoping to weigh in 2 that he's caught so far, and the rest cull and go better, bigger and better for him to try to get there around that 30-pound mark again. So hopefully we'll have a camera with him. Justin, one of the anglers that's said he mixed it up a lot yesterday, but today we've seen him just have success using a jerkbait.
Seems like in past times of the year when we've been here, anglers have probed a school of fish on a spot, and a lot of them are similar sizes, 4, 5, 6 pounders overall. With these guys today, they're catching 8-pounders and they're also catching 2-pounders. That just shows the movement of females and males into these little spawning pockets when they're in the mouths of them. I think that's why we've seen some diversity.
Taku, when you're speaking of the diversity, when I talked to him last night, he said he started out fishing deeper, fishing out there in that 15 to 25 feet of water, pre-spawn staging type places around timber primarily, then moved in and caught some fish shallow on a few different baits, a jig being one of them under a boat dock. You see a boat dock there in the background. And then also fished some other staging places, some points that not necessarily had timber on them, but a mixture of grass. So Taku getting it done this morning with a jerk bait primarily. We've seen him with a jig head minnow in his hand a little bit also. Taku, the size has gotten a little smaller for him today. Hope to see bigger and better fish for him later in the day.
Got a couple at around 4 pounds and change, and the rest of them, yes, very, very small. So Taku Ito, certainly plenty of room to grow today. 39.1 he had yesterday. There's our tournament leader right there, Trey McKinnys.
Ronnie, we'll let you talk about this young man. He's not
even in my age category, Tommy.
Yeah, he's like
Davey anymore. Like, he's a youngin', just turned 19 on Sunday, so he's fishing his first 2 Elite Series events the week before he turns 19 and the week after he turned 19. Young man, great with his electronics offshore. Maybe using a jig head minnow at times, but a lot of his work today and throughout the week has also been on a jerk bait, putting that into play. It seems like Lake Fork is more of a jerkbait lake rather than a jig head minnow lake, with the way these fish set up and the way he's able to continue to actively pursue these fish. And they're biting it. Really solid size, 4, 5 pounders, nothing giant though yet today.
All right, let's make our way over to Matty Wong. Oh my goodness, he's got a different sort of.
Oh, that was a pizza delivery for Taku.
Okay. Boy, just wait till the sun comes out.
Jordan Lee just called. He's up to 32.14 from 54th to 5th. Buddy Gross, he joins Buddy Gross, who has 31. Walters just got over 30 pounds, 10 ounces, 79th to 12th.
I didn't mention this as the screen, but 30-pound bags were close on day 1 from Fork and Falcon, but there were 48 30-pound bags
Big
at
fish.
Falcon.
Wow.
48, so we got a long way to go.
Oh my God, it's a 10. Stay down. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Beautiful fish.
See, guys, staying positive, not letting it affect your head, and just keeping your mind in an okay space. This kind of stuff happens. We might have just caught ourselves an over. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think she's all of. Oh my, look at that fish. Oh.
Scale 0.
I just caught my PB on Bassmasters, guys.
9 pounds, 3 ounces.
That's my PB. Like my 9.2.
9.3.
9.3. 9.3. Thank you.
You saved it, right?
Let's measure her and see.
9 pound, 3 ounce. What a beautiful fish.
What 6 pounder? I didn't lose a 6 pounder.
Forget about the
Shook
6
it off
pounder.
pretty quick.
9.3.
That'll help you forget.
Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day so far.
I was worried. He
Two
took
10-pounders yesterday.
He took the goggles off and then loses his biggest bite of the day. I was worried that was going to be the trend, but he's put the train back on the tracks.
On Bassmasters. Look at that, guys. Look at that. All right, sweetheart.
Over.
Oh. Okay, bass cat wells are big wells. Look in there. Look at that behemoth. Oh, you're sweet. You're so sweet. Oh. There we go, guys.
Awesome.
There we go. I can't even.
It's number 4. He needs another 10-pounder to catch Cooper Gallant, who just got up to 28 pounds, second place, 56.6 total. After 4 fish yesterday for 28.
So yesterday we were hearing all these weights coming in, and we weren't getting to see any of them, but we're seeing them today already on live, an 8 and a 9 pounder.
Our first over on camera.
Come on, baby.
Yeah,
that's right. It was. Yeah. A little eye candy for the weigh-in. Some good stuff.
I don't know if it'll help or not. I think so. Well, if I can grab her.
Justin's 8 was not a 24-incher. So,
okay.
beauty to watch, but
We
not
got
big
the
enough to
spell
bring
done
to
at
the
least.
weigh-in stage.
The spell's over. Dude, I don't know what's up with the smaller fish today. Let's see if it goes 4.
That's it.
It might.
13.
Okay, it'll help a little bit.
Yep.
Ounces, but hey, every ounce counts.
We had 14 bags over 30 yesterday. How many are we going to have over 60 after they 32 over 25? How many are we going to have guys over 50 pounds? That's my question.
Over 50 pounds?
After today.
I think we have at least 7 over 60. 6 over 60.
That's I'd go with that. Yep.
Trey McKinney, yeah, with a mere 24 pounds. Trey McKinney is on top right now. Cooper Gallant, Suits just filled us on there, rocketing up into second place. Tyler Rivette also making big time moves on this day. Jordan Lee, all the rest of them, man, there is a lot of big bass out there that we have seen today. Davey pointed that out. I expect we're going to see plenty more. Our live coverage continues right here on Bassmaster.com. Live Mix is up next. Dave and his special guest will be back with local coverage.
Yes. In the mouth. You might want to stand up for this one. Yep, that's what you weighed yesterday.
3 ounces.
All right. Sorry, fish. Oh, here. Yeah, so we got this one yesterday and came back and got it today. So the jerkbait bite's been slow. Hopefully we can get some more. No, he got that other one. This one was bigger. He got the one that I haven't been able to catch. All right. Oh, God, that took some work, guys. Yeah, I kept hitting them.
And that was with that same bait that I got the interview with you yesterday with?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Same bait. That's what I caught him on yesterday. It's just so I could see it, and then it disappeared, and I'm like, wait. Dung. What do we got? Short of 10 or 10? Okay.
Since the early 1970s, the B.A.S.S. conservation agenda has remained focused on issues related to fisheries and aquatic research conservation. In the early years, it meant taking legal action against industries polluting our nation's waterways. Today, the agenda has grown more complex. The backbone of our effort is founded on a grassroots core of B.A.S.S. members and those belonging to B.A.S.S. nation clubs across the country, always on the lookout for issues that have local, regional, or even a national significance. Early on, B.A.S.S. recognized that bass are a renewable resource and pioneered the catch and release ethic.
We recycle the bass we catch in these tournaments. We have our sport, but we don't hurt the fishing of the future.
In the late 1960s, Ray Scott revolutionized bass fishing. He founded the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, now the world's largest fishing organization. Before his efforts, bass fishing was a niche southern pastime, often overshadowed by trout. Scott elevated its popularity and preservation. Today, his legacy lives on, a testament to his conservation efforts.
The story of catch and release actually was a trout fisherman's. Ray was just watching. He was kind of sitting up on the bank watching there, and these flagger boys, as he called them, were spread out down through there and working their line, and all of a sudden the guy set the hook and they hollered, "Fish on!" Easily led the fish in and pulled it up, and he said it wasn't more than a foot long, and everybody went crazy when he released that fish. They were high-fiving and clapping and screaming and everything, and he thought, well, what would the old bass boys do if they were releasing 5-pound bass? After I saw those people with a peddling foot-long trout get that excited. Ray Scott, like that, had his vision and a dream, and this was what became known as Don't Kill Your Catch.
Folks, I'm Ray Scott. The pages of every issue of Bassmaster magazine is fostering and encouraging our members to become more and more aware in the conservation effort. Our tournament and our society has sponsored the Don't Kill Your Catch program, and these fish that you see in the large tank here are bass that were caught during the tournament, are released alive and safe back into the waters that they swam in. Bass has come a long way in 5 years. I guess we've got a long way to go, but we'll get there because we're committed.
We were going to do catch and release. He said it's going to be a challenge. Most boats then did not have aerated live wells.
To everyone at the time, I would think that's the impossible dream right there, because all these guys who are fishing now grew up in an atmosphere where that was what it was all about. You justified your passion for fishing by being able to bring some food home.
At the start of the 1972 Bassmaster Tournament Series, rules were added to anglers to practice something called Don't Kill Your Catch.
That was a hallmark right there. But what happened, it rippled out to the average bass fisherman, the bass clubs, and the other tournaments. And bass are recycled now.
A man, if he's a good angler, can catch a great many bass. But if he's really civilized, he's going to be that rare thing, an unpreying predator. He's going to release the bulk of his catch, which makes his angling a game of skill that preserves rather than destroys or diminishes the source of his pleasure.
Tournament anglers would receive bonus ounces for weighing in live fish. It didn't take long for Don't Kill Your Catch to expand even further.
The standard soon became you release the fish, and then Dewey went to a 5 bass limit, and that's still the standard today.
Because sometimes those live wells, they were pretty good size, but, 5 fish fit better in those live wells than 7 did.
Because our #1 goal at Bass is to always put the fish back in the water, make them survive. You've got a green zone, and in that green zone is the area the fish can survive in. You've got a red zone over on the left on the meter, and once it gets to that red zone, really anything below about 4.5 parts per million to 5 parts per million oxygen content the fish will not survive in. So as soon as I saw it light up in the red zone, I knew we had to do something. So I called Tallahassee, Florida, talked to the Game and Fish, got a permit to haul the fish from the weigh-in site over to the main body of the lake and release them every day in the rim canal where the oxygen content is excellent. And that's one thing that I hope that most of the tournament organizations throughout the country will do, is check the oxygen content in the water where they're releasing their fish, because if there's no oxygen, those fish are not going to survive.
Today, anglers measure and check fish at the bump tank for keeper status. B.A.S.S. officials inspect the catch. Then the fish are placed in ventilated bags and aerated tanks until taking the stage. At the stage, the weighmaster weighs the fish and the MC interviews the angler. Immediately after weighing, fish go to large aerated tanks on a release boat nearby. The release boat team returns them to the lake later.
When I meet someone that isn't familiar with tournament fishing, and they think, do you guys, what happens to those fish? What do you do with them? If I get a chance to talk to them, it changes their perspective about tournament fishing. Tournament fishing is actually the reason we have a lot of the good conservation habits that we have.
These anglers take incredible care of them. Some live wells have cooling devices, so the fish in a lot of situations actually goes back in the water in better health than it left the water. From the angler's boat, they go into mesh bags. Those mesh bags are then carried up to our tournament troughs that are fully oxygenated, and not just oxygenated, but patrolled by biologists.
The oxygen comes to the surface, but most of that oxygen is actually dissolving into the water. And we kind of let them recuperate a little bit before this boat goes out then and releases these fish. Now, the other thing that's real critical in our system is that boat is almost full. We have the computers on stage are linked to the scales, so we know how many pounds of fish have come off the scales and into that boat.
It is imperative, if you're a tournament angler, no matter what division you're in, no matter what side of the bridge you're fishing off of, to try to keep them alive. I think what Bass does is a testament to that.
It is a philosophy that is still going strong today. It takes temperature into effect. It takes oxygen into effect. And then we move them through the stages where they're getting fresh oxygen and good cool water all the time.
We keep our live release boats right at the same temperature that we keep these tanks, so that when the fish go from the tanks to the release boat, there's not a big temperature shock. When those fish are in the bags, they're using oxygen all the time. And that's real evident on our boat, on the release boat. Of course, we're using bottled oxygen on the release boats. So we don't have a problem with sufficient oxygen there. This water warms up pretty quickly, so we constantly have to monitor that temperature, maintain that temperature with ice, and keep the air going continuously. It's really very effective in terms of keeping those fish healthy. As a rule of thumb, we try to maintain no more than 1 pound of fish per gallon of water. So our boats typically hold about 600 pounds of fish. And when that boat gets full, we're ready to start loading this one. That boat will go out, release those fish, refill the tanks. While this one's being loaded with fish, that one's being refilled with water. As soon as it comes back in, we'll add more ice, turn the oxygen back on, and we may do that 8 times. We always take at least 2 boats to every tournament. As soon as that one's done, we're ready to go. Brian, we're ready over here, so we need to make the switch.
When you join B.A.S.S., you get more than just a magazine and a membership card. You become part of a society and are supporting more than 50 years of natural resource conservation. We encourage you to get involved. To learn how, scan this QR code to find and contact your state's B.A.S.S. Conservation Director today.
Keep the same shooting lane. Big one right over there. Right where I casted it, like came out to investigate something. Oh my gosh. Dude, Alex, look behind you. Dude, get some shots of that. That stuff's cool. That is beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Who do we got sitting at the table? Well, I guess no one, because everyone's fishing today. Derp-a-dur. Oh. I think we got what, Davey? Oh, awesome. Oh yeah, I'd love to. It's been exactly that. Talk about a good morning. Kind of got off to kind of a quick start. Got a couple in the boat real fast. Just to kind of like settle the nerves. You always get nerves regardless how much you do this and whatever, but it those nerves, I lost a good one, you know, lost like over a 6. And, you know, that kind of put me in a weird space for 10 seconds, because that's all I allowed it to. And after that, I think it was less than 5 minutes later, I caught my new PB. So, caught a 9-pound, 3-ounce bass. She's in the live well. She's gonna come and go for a ride today in the beautiful Puma STS live wells, and I'm just absolutely floored. And the good thing is there's more of these fish that are around here, and so I'm just pumped, man. I'm fishing what I like to fish. I'm not flicking a minnow around. I'm adapting to what we got to do now, but I'm doing it in a style that fits me. The West Coast Hawaiian kid that likes throwing big baits. So it's kind of perfect. Shout out to all my swim baiters out there. It's been a phenomenal morning so far, and hopefully we can just kind of keep it rolling. I got space for one more fish right now. I got 4 fish so far. I'm just trying to fill out that limit, and if we can break that 20, that'd be awesome. Just kind of keep her going, because I would love to fish on Championship Sunday here and just have another crack at all these big old giant bass. Because there are a bunch of giants here. I'm staring at one right now. But I think the good thing is I have my space all to myself, which is great. And that helps me kind of like, you know, fish with an open mind, helps me fish freely and not have to worry about it. Also, having 18 pounds in the bag helps too tremendously. And also getting paid. So getting paid feels good. I'm just floored. I'm floored to be back on the Elite Series. I mean, last year we cut it incredibly close. I'm trying not to do that again. And I feel like I learned a lot last year. You know, people at home that are watching, I think you only get a certain level of what we do as professional anglers, but there's so much that goes into it. On life on the road, being away from your loved ones and your family. And it can be really taxing sometimes. And I figured out some ways of making it a little bit easier on myself, and more so about the fishing, because these are the best anglers in the nation, I believe, and all these boys are incredibly talented. And so I'm just super humbled that my name is next to guys that, you know, I grew up watching and have the utmost respect for. And it's just cool that I consider them my colleagues. So to answer your question in short, I'm having a great day and a great morning. Well, hopefully we could just kind of keep her going. And just keep it going. That's all I can hope for, man. What an incredible fishery this place is. And just shout out to Share Lunker program. What they've done to their fisheries here is absolutely incredible. I think the slot limit is such a brilliant idea. It allows the big fish to get even bigger and just to stay healthy. And here's your result. You get giant. I got a 9-pounder in the boat, man. Like, lost a 7 earlier. She's gonna just keep growing the more I talk about her. but yeah, it's nuts. It is nutty. Pop back up. It is cold out, I will say that. If I haven't mentioned it before, it is chilly. But having nice toasty gear is super important, and I got some of the best stuff in the business, so I'm super comfortable. Oh man. I'm just trying to get some more fish to eat. There's a ton of fish, but I think yesterday we had a few guys in here. Yeah, that fish is done. But I haven't seen anyone else come in, which has been great. I know that's not going to be the case this weekend, but hopefully everyone out there that's watching respects what we're doing out here. Not saying don't fish, but just just respecting our space and whatnot, and it means the world to us as anglers as we're trying to do our job out here. And trying to catch some big girls for everyone to watch and enjoy. So if you're in the area, I definitely encourage you guys to come out to the weigh-ins, because this is one of those events where you'll see a lot of big fish caught. And hopefully that one makes for one of the bigger ones caught today. I'd love to get a little extra bonus check. Okay, yes, thank you. 56.7, and it was 61 and 62 in these areas in practice. I'm gonna kind of, it's time to make some adjustments now, not wait till 2:30 and try to do it in the last hour. Still got a lot of places I want to fish, but a lot of them are like this, and this just isn't panning out, so. I know what I've got to do. I know talking to a lot of those guys that are fishing that out stuff, they're not getting but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bites a day, and that's just hard to do. But today, that may be the ticket. Fewer bites and just make sure they're big ones. See if I can go right through here. Just check this right quick, make sure there ain't nothing hanging around right here. Nope, nothing at all. Terrible. A lot of the shallow guys struggle today that don't get off of it, just like I am. But I had such a good day doing this, and even after I did a lot of my damage, I still caught good fish just fishing like this. Ones that would definitely help me today. I seem to find a way to do that a lot. Bust them, then get a live camera, and then it's tough. I don't know why that is, but it seems to happen a lot. Last 4 bites I've had were throwing at single fish. I'm about to do it. Bad as I don't want to. Just got to get it in my mind and just go. This is 100% not how I fished yesterday, but it's definitely a different day today, for sure. God, I miss that sucker. Where's he going? He disappeared.
he followed it to the bottom. Didn't get it though. Come on, I need one thing to go right on this deal. I'm gonna have to get some that'll commit. That looks like Drew Cook. No, it's Matt. Yep. Ito. Okay, let's go.
What is that? Yeah. What is that?
Where do you have your gain set out on your Garmin?
I play with it, but it's usually between like 68 and 72.
Okay.
But the biggest thing is the color gain. You got to get in there, go in the settings, and it's called color gain. Turn it all the way to 100.
Oh, is that right?
Yep, it makes whatever you're seeing, it just makes it brighter.
All right, we're making a run.
Gosh, that is a giant. Eat it. Gosh. Whew. There's another big one. Big one right there too.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
It's been said about 7 million times, but they say everything is bigger in Texas, and Lake Fork is living up to that this week. Stop 2 of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork in beautiful Yantis, Texas. And look at that leaderboard. Fishing his first tournament as a 19-year-old. That's right, the youngest angler ever to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey McKinnys turned 19 on Monday. So this is his first tournament as a 19-year-old. And he is leading this event with 59 pounds, 10 ounces. An incredible leaderboard. And look at those rookies. In third place, Tyler Williams. Tyler Rivette, obviously in second place, took a win earlier this year. But Kyle Patrick, another rookie. These rookies are on fire. And what is on fire is the great state of Texas showing out in a big way. How big? Well, let me tell you. If you look at Bass Track right now, the top 15 anglers, all over 50 pounds, and we're not even halfway through day number 2. How many Century Belts are we going to see here today? I don't know, but the guy who might know that, Sir Mix-a-Lot. You see him on the mix all the time. Steve Bowman, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer. This tournament, it can't be... The cool thing being here is just listening to the media, listening to the crowd react, because this is not normal.
No, there's nothing normal about this tournament. And matter of fact, I'm floating around in a state of confusion half the time because, you know, you see a tournament, as you well know, we go to these tournaments. Some guy goes out on the water, he catches a 9-pounder. Well, you expect him to be in the lead, right? Well, I mean, we got 9-pounders scattered all the way throughout the deal. So every time somebody hears somebody, hey, J.T. Tompkins caught a 9-pounder. I'm like, well, that ought to put him in the top 10, you know, and no, he's nowhere near it. And then the other part of that is J.T. Tompkins is the smallest angler to ever compete in a Bassmaster event, and he caught a fish that's almost as tall as he is.
Is that a true stat or is that made up?
I'm making it up. Not in my lifetime. I'm pretty old.
Yeah, well,
so I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Well, let's not worry about the size of the angler. It's all about the size of the bass.
It's wild when you say big as Texas. I mean, the fish are there.
Well, they are, and let's get caught up with our Toyota Midday report. Matty Wong, much mahalo for the Hawaiian angler, and man, he is off to a great start this season. Matty, he's exactly, his excitement is infectious, isn't it, Bowman? I concur. A great start for Matty Wong.
Yeah, I mean, I was just sitting there looking. I'm blown away. One that these big, what is it, Glida that he's using, and I was trying to get my eyes on it. And it takes a little while for us old guys to focus, but Matty really struggled for a year and a half. And then started putting some things together late last year. Barely, I mean, he was on the chopping block, dude. And the expectation was that he was gone. And St. Lawrence River saved his bacon. And now all of a sudden he's having a veteran year for. I mean, it's just like you just didn't expect it. So there is a little bit of a way to go, Matty.
How about Justin Hamner, a two-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, and he is off to a great start in 2024.
He is. But he's one of those young kids that we always expected. He was one of those rookie kids that came in and everybody said, this kid's got it, this kid's got it, this kid's got it. Keep your eyes on this kid. And Justin was it. I mean, and he's finally got his feet under him, and he's doing some incredible stuff. He had a great tournament last week. Toledo Bend.
Good start to things for the two-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Justin Hamner, but everybody loves this too. Takumi Ito gave me a Taku Boy sticker yesterday, and I'll be honest, ever since he gave me that sticker, I feel a little magical, Steve Bowman. Is Takumi Ito magic?
He is magic. He's just so much fun to watch. Everybody that watches him wants him to say, something like Smallmouth Disneyland. I was watching him earlier, and we need to get with the guys in the truck, and he did this thing on pizza that I was just like, Mercer has got to be listening to this, but you didn't hear it.
I didn't.
It's just he's just fun to listen to. It's the silliest stuff. Smallmouth Disneyland is silly. But he makes everybody just love him when he says those things, and he just so much fun. He has a smile on his face.
I
fantastic guy. I love having him around.
I beg to differ. Smallmouth Disneyland is not funny or silly. It is a very serious place, and Takumi Ito always finds it. But proven,
I got you.
He knows about largemouth too.
But there's a largemouth Disneyland here.
Hey, when I was this kid's age, I was delivering newspapers. He may be halfway to his first Elite Series title in only his second Elite Series event. Terry Brown has been talking about this dude for years, and kudos to him because, man, this kid is backing it up.
He really is, and I can tell you, I can remember 2 and 3, 4 years ago meeting this kid at ICAST shows or Bassmaster Classics, and always has, and I was like, yeah, he's a fanboy, this and that. But he would tell me then that he's going to be on the Elite Series, that he's going to be fishing. I'm like, yeah, way to go, young man. Keep those dreams alive. Well, he's not only living the dream, he's proven all of us just how valuable those young kids can be.
An incredible season last year in the Bassmaster Opens, Bassmaster EQ Opens. He had 2 second-place finishes, but let's get out live with Trey McKinnys right now, our current leader.
We're going to try to catch this one. I think it's a little baby. I think it's a baby. These fish are so hard to tell, though, sometimes. When they're out here doing this, we can already find out. Come on, come on. Eat it, eat it, eat it. All right, we still going to try. I think he a baby. Well, today, right now, I feel like these... Uh-oh, hang on. Hold up. Oh, he's coming. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. You're gonna run right over the trolling motor. Ugh. But today I feel like these fish are feeling this pressure. I really do. I feel like they're not relating to stuff as good as they were. So now I'm out here trying to find them that's just kind of pulled off the stuff, getting away from that pressure. I just caught a 5-pounder. I just like, I just feel like I'm gonna stop here. And I literally dropped the trolling motor and started going and saw him and caught him. So I don't know, I just feel like these fish are adjusting to us fishing, so trying to adjust with them. We need, I feel like I need, let's see, a 6 or 1 big bite, I feel like 1 big bite in this tournament's very, very important. And they're out there. But at least we haven't had too many missed opportunities today. So hopefully we can keep it that way. But they're getting smart. A lot of people running around, moving around, so maybe they're not catching them as good. I know at home that's a pretty well rule of thumb. If you see a lot of people running around, it ain't pretty good. Come on, bite, dude.
Just when you think our rookies cannot be
These
any
fish
more
are swimming
impressive.
on 100,
3 out of the top 5.
and they're grouchy.
And 4 out of the top 10.
Grouchy is not even a thing of what they are. More like mean. Well, let's see. Come on, right there. There she is. There she is. There she is. There she is. There she is, baby. Yeah. Come on. Come on, baby. This is her.
Oh, my.
Come on, baby. She's going to jump. She's going to jump. I got to keep pressure. I got to keep pressure. Come on.
Oh, my.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I'm sorry. I ain't fooling around with you. You get in this boat. You get in this boat. Sorry, I'm freaking out right now. Holy cow. This is interesting. Oh my gosh. Woo! Gosh!
Wow.
Woo! Give me some, dude. Dude, how did I miss her that many times? But, woo! Thank you, Lord. That was the most stressful moment. I do know how to land one, guys, all right? I'm a little stressed, but that is what we come to Lake Fork. Oh! Let's get up here and weigh this thing. Oh! I had not, dude, I felt,
715.
8-pounder, baby. 8-pounder.
Wow.
Dude, that's a toad. Oh my gosh. I want to pray with this fish right now. Mwah. Look at that thing, dude. Gosh, look how fat she is. Oh, that's what we come here for. Dude, that was nuts. Oh, I didn't think I was ever going to get her. I was like scrapping. I was about to swim with the fish. Okay.
What's going through your head right now, dude?
I think we made it. I think we made it. We need one more. We always need more. But that was pretty insane. That was, man, I was just talking like, man, we need a big bite. I was phoning. I don't know if she's gonna bite. She bit. She bit. Whew. Son, we got to get some more. That was the most stressful moment I've ever had in my life. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. I was about done with that. I just know I had heavy line and I wanted that thing in the boat. And I wasn't going to ferry one her butt. No, sir. I just knew I was about to catch the bait in my face. It's fine, I don't care. You could spill over the whole thing for that. Whew, son. Gosh, that was stressful.
Big bass, big
That was
stakes, big
so
dreams,
stressful.
and we're watching it happen live.
8-pounder.
Wow.
He kind of had me stressed.
I knew that's what we needed.
I'm serious.
Son.
Hold on. I got a heart attack. I'm gonna hit you with it.
What?
2909.
Are you serious?
Yes.
29 pounds? Oh my gosh. Let's do it again.
Ooh.
Hey, what's our smallest one?
Damn, you always
Just ask me the hard question.
I know. He said I gotta add this. No. Oh my goodness. My heart. If I drank a Red Bull right now, I'd probably pass out. But I want one for some weird reason. Oh my gosh.
4-6 is your fault.
Oh, 4-6?
Yep. Yeah, 5-15,
Whew. Well, guys,
5-13,
I'm gonna tell you,
and a 4-6.
the old Midday works. Dude, that is sick. So 4-6.
4-6.
Dude, we could easily catch another 7 or 8 pounder and have 32, 35 again. But y'all see that right there? I'm throwing a little different color, but that thing right there gets them. It gets them. As y'all just saw, it's a little stressful, but they will bite it. They will bite it. I got like a couple left of a different color that I'm throwing, and I'm gonna switch back to that color. But dude, that is crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a hoss. That was a hoss. Oh.
Unbelievable. Sometimes the best thing to do is just listen in, and that was an incredible moment. Maybe one of the most important moments of his young Elite Series career. He is leading this event, and Bowman, it doesn't want to slow down, but one thing that is guaranteed, no matter how this works out, he's your power pull replay of the day.
Come on.
Let's watch this.
You get in this boat. You get in this boat. Oh my gosh. Gosh! Woo!
Give me some, dude.
Dude, how did I miss her that many times? But that is what we come to Lake Fork. Oh! Let's get up here and weigh this thing. That's a toad. Oh my gosh.
Incredible fish catch by Trey McKinnys, and literally on cue. I was just saying we have 3 out of the top 5 rookies, 4 out of the top 10 are rookies. Can they get any better? And on cue, Trey McKinnys, what a catch, Bowman.
I know, and then, but the other part of that is he was already in the lead. He catches an 8-pounder, and he bumps up to just, what is that, 4 pounds now?
Yeah, at about 4 pounds. I mean, when your smallest fish is 4 and change,
I know
it is hard to call.
It's hard to call, and it's like you think with that 8-pounder, dang.
Well, I don't think he's taken his foot off the pedal at all. Trey McKinnys, your tournament leader. Welcome back to legendary Lake Fork. Stop 2 of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Wood County, our great host here this week in Yantis, Texas. And man, Lake Fork has shown out. You see the top of the leaderboard. 19-year-old Trey McKinnys, the youngest angler ever to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And he's like a couple of days into 19 years. He turned 19 on Monday. But what a leaderboard. And if you look down deeper in that leaderboard, unbelievably, our top 19 weights now have over 50 pounds, and they still have several hours of competition time on day number 2. The question is not if we're going to see 100 pounds, it's just how many 100-pound limits we're going to see from this incredible fishery. But it's not just happening at the top of the leaderboard. Let's have a look in at our day 1 leader. Moments ago, this happened, and if you were sticking with us through the commercial break, we had some uninterrupted coverage, and you saw it happen.
I think a big one.
Well, let's have a look at it right now. Moments ago, Taku Ito.
Yes, good one. Hey. Is this a smallmouth? Yes, yes, yes. Looks like smallmouth. Looks like smallmouth. Yes, Lake Fork smallmouth. Too much power. looks like smallmouth. I don't like 5-pounder largemouth. I like 2-pounder, more easy. This fish too powerful, too much powerful. Always, I don't like big fish. Too much power. Wow. I think that this fish is a 250 horsepower.
$250 horsepower, you said?
Yeah. 250. Yeah, looks like fuel. Yeah. Ooh. Oh man. Yes. Looks like smallmouth.
This is not Koya. Koya would have had that one and 3 others in the boat by now, right?
What?
Doesn't he just, I mean, he practically boat flips them,
I'm
doesn't he?
starting to feel you don't like Takumi Ito. I mean, you called Smallmouth Disneyland silly. And now you're his greatest rival. You're saying he would have caught 3 while Takumi caught 1.
I'm just saying that the time it took him to land that. Don't get it. I love Taku. Taku knows that. Taku knows I love his Disneylands.
Yeah.
Wherever
You
he
called
is.
it silly only moments ago.
No, it's just, you know, it's at my age,
Yes,
silly isn't an easier word to say than some of the
Looks
other
like
stuff.
3-pounder. No. It's a 5, 6. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah. 5. 513. Yes, sir. 513.
13.
I like smallmouth, but I like Lake Fork largemouth too. Thank you. Bye bye. Yes.
Oh, that's
Thank
so
you. Thank you.
practical there. To,
Bowman, you have been obsessed about this pizza talk. I mean, I'm trying to keep the carbs out of my life, but you are doing a horrible
dude, you're
job.
just such an Italian food aficionado that I just think that your buddy ought to tell you a little bit more about one of your favorite foods.
Carbs are the enemy. Let's listen to
1
Takumi
cast,
Ito's
1
thoughts.
fish.
on pizza.
5 cast, 5 fish, 40 pounds. And I eat a lunch. I wanna eat pizza. So Japan, the pizza is a very like a Christmas big day, big meal. Yeah, pizza is a big meal, but American people, pizza is a everyday easy meal. Yeah, yeah. So my son, oh, today the pizza. Oh, big day, big day. That's awesome. That's Christmas, but American kids, today's the pizza. Oh, okay, okay. I like.
Did he just say
veggie-
American people
veggie-
eat pizza
veggie-
every day?
veggie
Every day.
pizza. Pepperoni is good, but too much like meat, pepper. Yeah, veggie pizza, I like it. Yeah. Taku bait is like a veggie pizza. Fish like that.
They eat pizza for Christmas.
I like a Pizza Hut. Yeah, Pizza Hut always.
Nobody outdoes the Hut, baby.
Secrets, I like that. Yeah, my favorite.
Well, that is a Christmas tradition that really needs to catch on. The Christmas pizza. Who needs a turkey and all these other things? Love the Christmas pizza. Oh, look, there's a delivery. Takumi Ito getting a delivery.
Let me ask you something. You watched this yesterday. I was out on the water. I'm getting a distinct feeling that today is a completely different style of fishing day than what I saw yesterday.
Come on, wind, blow, blow, blow.
And
blow,
then tomorrow
blow
could
hard.
be another
It's a
completely
giant,
different day. Walk me through that. Because you saw it yesterday. I just didn't think that there was this much sitting on the bow of the boat without a bank close by.
I wonder how much of that has to do with who we're covering. We had a lot of.
Now, I get that, and I understand that. But, I mean, also there was some guys who caught them shallow. Derek Hutton caught them shallow. Of course, we don't have a camera with him today.
Stetson Blaylock caught him shallow.
Stetson caught him shallow.
Dude, no
Trey
way.
McKinney
Look.
catches them wherever he wants.
Dude, I caught my jerk bait. Dude, no way. Dude. Oh my gosh.
Explain what happened really.
Okay, so I saw this fish out here, right? Lean into it, break it off, and I'm like, you know what? I want to get my jerkbait back. So I followed it, nothing. That's my jerkbait, dude. That's my. Oh my gosh! What? That is nuts.
He's gonna win this tournament. I'm calling him right now.
I mean, you don't live like that and not. I mean, you
I'm like,
win.
dude, that's a bass. Like we were like, no, that's a gar. No, that's a bass, and it was a bass. So maybe we lost him, but we recovered. I got my jerkbait back. I'm gonna retie that thing on because it's got better hooks. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we can't. Well, let's okay. You know what? Every once in a while, I like catching a fish and getting money back. That's nuts. That is nuts.
5-3.
My goodness.
That's ridiculous.
It is. That's what Brian Schmidt said. It's ridiculous.
That going to add to his total with the smallest fish being 4.6. But once again, to catch everybody
And
up,
got my jerkbait
he had
back,
that fish
dude.
on, broke it off about a half hour ago. He now just caught the fish. It bit again.
I don't even know what you call
and
that.
it has
That's crazy.
two
I love you,
jerkbaits
baby.
in his mouth. The one he had tied on and the one
Thanks
that broke
for playing
off.
my game. That's crazy.
Dude.
What are we doing here? We catching 8-pounders. We're getting jerk baits back. I mean, what else? What are we gonna do next? That's nuts.
I'm just going to tell you, too, that 19 years old, you're
just
so
sit
much
down
more
and retie that thing.
capable
Everyone
of
tie the other
dreaming
one on.
up this kind of
What a nice
scenario
guy
than you
to
are
give me
at
my jerkbait back.
60. You know? This is what's going to happen. I'm 19, and I'm going to go out there and be Spider-Man or Superman for a day, and this is what's going to happen. And you're just like, no, it's not ever going to happen. But the 19-year-old in you, it happens. I mean, that's just amazing.
When he released the fish, he said, "Thanks for playing my game." Well, clearly,
he's playing his game.
It is his game today. That
So is that going
wild.
to change tomorrow? Is what my guess was the root cause of my question earlier, because I feel like the video that I saw yesterday, I know it was different guys, but I'm just wondering if I'm seeing a different fishery today or going to see a different fishery tomorrow. We got sunshine tomorrow.
I think this fishery is going to continue to change. I mean, I think the sight bite will get better, but there's a lot of fish. I mean, our guest yesterday, Jack York, said it straight up. He said, if I'm fishing this tournament, I'm offshore. He said, there's a lot of fish up shallow, but he said, there is just too many deep. And I think, I mean, wind also plays. I mean, the arch enemy of forward-facing sonar is wind. We got a lot less of it today. And I also think because those guys did well yesterday, there's a lot more people doing it. I mean, Trey might have been doing the exact same thing, but there's a lot of reasons in
Never
play.
caught a 30 bag.
And they certainly
Never
didn't
in
get
a
to do much of it in
tournament,
practice.
Yeah.
And this is awesome. Like, awesome. He's up there somewhere. He's up there. I mean, it's just crazy. 26 pounds was my goal. I told Ben, 26 pounds, my biggest bag ever. And I was like, you know, I had a pretty good practice. I was like, that is my goal. That's what I'm setting my goal at, 30 pounds. And yesterday we had 33, and now today we got 30.6. I mean, it's just nuts. 2 days in a row. If you'd asked me last night, I'd be like, something crazy is going to happen, like the opposite. But today, we've got my jerkbait back. We've got a big one. I mean, what can we say? And for y'all like wondering what I'm doing, I don't really know. We just gonna just kind of roam around, you know, looking for them. But like I was telling them, I mean, there's so many guys fishing the same timber. Yes, with this warm weather coming, new fish will pull in there, but I think right now, how weird and funky the weather is, I feel like they just kind of come out here and got negative. So I feel like that's what I'm doing. Because I know there's so many fish that live in this creek arm, they got to go somewhere. I don't see them up there. So I told them I got a weird feeling. Let's just stop out in the middle and drop the trolling motor. And we've had 3 upgrades, so we just got to keep on it. It's pretty wild. Bass will be bass. Just got to adjust to them sometimes.
Are we really seeing this?
I'm trying.
I mean, the second Elite Series event.
I don't see any.
19 years
like
old.
some people
18
with a
just a
live
day or
scope,
two
they're
ago.
Like, I understand it, everything else like that. It's a new technique. It's a new thing to learn. It's different. I mean, it is. I love fishing shallow. I come from a shallow type of deal. I have a buddy, Rick Cheatham. I mean, he's an awesome shallow water guy, and he's taught me everything about flipping bushes, what to do, what colors, you know, and looking what to look for. But for me right now, live scope is another way to just kind of learn bass. You know, I mean, I know it is frowned upon, like what I'm out here doing. Most people's like, you know, but it's one of them things. I don't know, it's a new way of fishing. Some people's gonna do it, some people's not, which is all right. But I would love to catch them shallow, much rather. But at this point in the game, it's more about competing, and I feel like I can do this and get bites. And I just like learning about them. You know, like just random fish. Like I've had multiple eat it on the paws. I've had multiple kind of eat it when they want it running away from them. It's a new deal, you know. Every fish I see, I have to adjust. Today, that's what I've realized. You know, I've had one where I threw it out there, let it sink, and I never twitched it, and he just ate it sinking, you know, because he was acting funny. So that's another big thing. Is every bass you have to kind of analyze and kind of go into what he wants, what does he do, what presentation, you know, like right now, hang on. We got another one out here just kind of floating. See if we can get him to bite.
Taking a look at our Lowrance bird's eye view. And unbelievably, we have yet another rookie in our top 10. 5 of the top 10. All EQ Opens qualifiers. I mean, there's only 9 of them. 9 of them. And 5 of them are in the top 10.
Half of them are in the top 10.
They're not going to be popular, I'm going to tell you.
They're not popular now.
Wow, they are going to meet a bunch of veteran anglers at the monkey bars.
But that's one of the things that I coach these guys when I get a chance to coach them. Says you're not in a popularity contest, son. You know, and so they're not going to be. They're here to catch fish and teach people how to catch fish.
Well, one of the most exciting things to happen in the Opens is the 9 qualifiers,
right.
The EQ qualifiers. And this is a look at the next group of them.
Golly.
You look at some of these anglers, and that's only gosh. 2 tournaments into it, but some incredibly accomplished anglers. I mean, you look at Easton Fothergill, obviously our collegiate champion. You look down there, Tucker Smith. People have been waiting on him. And, hey, Ishman Rowe, young Ishman Rowe.
Ishman Rowe, a young one.
8th place. Dakota Ebert, Clark Reed. I mean, every name on there.
Okay,
Canadian Evan Kung.
So that whole list is just a metaphor for what's going on in the fishing world, right? What used to happen when I started is you'd go through the Opens. You had to build your name. But now we've got a college, high school even, and then a college, and then this EQ thing. You got Easton Fothergill, who's going to be in the Classic in a couple of weeks from the college ranks. You got Paul Marks, who is already making a name for himself. You got Dakota Ebear, who has made a name for himself. Ish Monroe, who's trying to get back to the elites. But everybody all the way down through there. Clark Ream used to be in the elites. And then, you know, the Evan Kong's, isn't he a Canadian?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you got the best of the best trying to get to from all over the world, not just, you know, what it used to be. Just the guys that, you know, we would know a guy from Arkansas. We'd know some guys from Texas. We know guys from Oklahoma. Heard about him, but I really didn't know him. And he's fishing, and he did pretty good in that tournament or whatever. And then they would come and go. But these guys here, they're battle tested at 19.
Did you insert yourself into that and talk about how you've coached these young anglers?
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I think you did.
I didn't mean to do that.
I mean, it did sound like you.
No, I just don't think that they should worry about the personality contest.
Oh, I agree. Myself and Coach Steve Bowman will be back in just a few minutes.
Coach
and
Bowman.
Guaranteed there's going to be fireworks because, I mean, this entire segment, unbelievable. If I was him, 19-year-old version of me, if I accomplished just what we've seen in the last 30 minutes of him accomplish, I would be unapproachable.
Yes.
I would have an entourage. People would be setting pillows on chairs before I sit down.
Wearing gold around your neck.
Yeah, a lot of gold, a lot of bling. But the bling that he is that bait hanging out of that fish's mouth, catching 2 baits at once. That'll look at your leaderboard. Trey McKinney with 64 pounds and an ounce. Kyle Patrick, Tyler Rivette, Taku Ito, Justin Atkins, Tyler Williams, Cooper Gallant, JT Tompkins, Wesley Gore, and Matty Wong. 5 out of our top 10, all Elite Series rookies. Right, Coach?
That's right.
Welcome back. On location coverage, legendary Lake Fork, and not just a name, it is building that legend hour after hour. What a tournament we have. The second stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Wood County, our host this week, Yantis, Texas. And look at that leaderboard. It doesn't even look like it looks fake. It is day 2. We're not even halfway. I mean, we're more than halfway through day 2, but I mean, a lot of fishing hours ahead. And in 10th place, Matty Wong with 54 pounds. 10 pounds, almost 10 full pounds behind our tournament leader, Trey McKinney. We have 20 anglers over 50 pounds. Matty Wong having a great tournament, and you look at 10th and 1st. They started this day off a little different. I mean, I didn't know they had skiing in Hawaii, but maybe they do. And did Trey McKinney, I mean, he can do anything he wants, but he looks a little bit like the Great Gazoo with that helmet on there. But
Great Gazoo.
A kind of a weird look for bass fishing, wouldn't you think?
I would.
I mean, what kind of ridiculous individual would do something like that?
Who would wear those things?
I don't know. I don't know, Steve
either.
Bowman, but I thought Matty Wong looked weird in his goggles, and now that I see you and yours, his look quite good.
I'm just telling you, my eyes are warm right now. The warmest they've been all day.
I'm glad you have warm eyes.
Yeah.
Cold
What
heart,
about
but
your
warm
head?
eyes. My head's good. I'm losing. Really, if I could wear it, I can't wear it because of our microphone, but I even if you hammered this with a sledgehammer, I don't think this bad boy is fitting my big dome. Speaking of which, let's go over to not the Great Gazoo. Let's get over to Matty Wong, a former Bass Nation national champion, and he's got his bass goggles on here today.
Oh,
and
Lord.
they are working.
I wished I had a pair of those for like other times. See, he doesn't have them.
Got her.
And just in case you're wondering how you get this job, just be willing to do dumb stuff. Now over to great fishing with Matty Wong.
I'm telling you,
Oh, my
his
God.
eyes were warm when he got there. It makes a difference. I thought he was going to jump in, Dave.
Oh, this is we got ourselves a bit of a conundrum, or a Canadian would call it a kerfuffle. Oh, well, know I got 2 hooks
I've never
in there,
used
but
kerfuffle once in my life.
feels like a 5. Let's get her on the scales, and we'll take care of this.
What are you thinking?
How about our producers? I mean, they make us wear that get up, and we go to Matty Wong not even wearing them. Makes no sense other than to ridicule us.
Beautiful fish.
5 pounds, 3
It's
ounces.
what you have to do when you work for the man. Scratching out a living in a hard red clay, you do what he says.
Little fuel for the Christmas video.
Yeah, that's all there is.
5.3.
My question is what's wrong with them?
Wow. This just when this segment can't sink any deeper, I could count on Bowman.
I know
it. Oh, that's fun. That is fun. That was something, man. That fish, like I would feel the pressure, would sink back out. I'd get her interested with the minnow. She would chase the minnow up, and then yeah, then she would chase it, veer off, start chasing it again. And every single time I would splash the water, she would peel out. So I got her within 50 feet, and I made sure to do a super light cast. You guys can probably replay it and see it. Try to splash the water very minimally, and let it sink out, and then got her attention. And right as rain, man, she was hungry and she wanted it. Oh boy. I love swim bait fishing. It's so fun. Oh my gosh. All right, I think we're gonna go for a little move, let these guys rest for a bit. I think I need to go and kind of change it up area-wise. So we're gonna go for little run skis, and
little runskis. Gonna go for a little runskis.
Is he explaining? Do I understand? He's seeing these fish on his forward facing. He's throwing a swim bait at them, though.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, those swim baits are as big or almost as big as most people's first fish when they're
kind of ran
children.
through those areas where I
You
got
know.
those big bites yesterday, and nothing was really happening. Caught a few small fish.
How do you do that quiet?
Had a couple opportunities come up and get my bait on active target and just didn't eat it. And other than that, it's just been a painfully slow day. I hate to be feeling like I know I'm falling behind, but trying all I can just to get some fish. Haven't seen a whole lot on the graph either to throw at, really. Just trying to get that shallow deal going, and it's just not panning out. Still got plenty of time to put together a good day. It's just, you got to start with one. So far, we have not been able to do that. But it can change quickly. That is a fact.
Sure can change quick, and on location
That's what
here,
we're hoping for.
I'm looking above us, and I'm starting to see something we haven't seen in a while, and that is blue breaks in the clouds.
It is, and I can feel it. That will make a difference. But how important do you think?
Getting their attention. I mean, they're coming and looking
3
at my
pounds
stuff,
out the
but I
top.
just cannot get one to commit.
They're gonna commit more when the sun's out.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You would think so. I
do
thought it
see
was
'em.
supposed to start happening earlier today. I mean, it seems like this low-lying cloud is kind of laid around just a little longer than was predicted.
Right.
But you would imagine it'll just get better and better as these next 2 days move on.
Catch a few bass.
Well, you know, I know everybody wants to make the final 10 on Sunday, but it's a big deal to be in that final 10 on Saturday. You're on Fox Sports. You're getting to show your
Trying to kind of mix it
your
up and then
name and your sponsors.
primary area
Yeah.
where I caught
So,
them.
I mean, and he's at a
There's
3-pound
so much boat pressure and I wasn't
deficit
getting any
there,
bites. It was just,
I think.
it was still tough there, and I know they're all over this lake, so I just hate to get locked in mentally on one area when it's definitely when it's not panning out. I want to be able to be open-minded and try other areas and just try to run into a couple of those really big fish.
That's what's going through Stetson Blaylock's mind, and he has a great track record on Fork. That famous 2014 TTBC we always talk about, Keith Combs. He was in the top 3 there. He was one of the guys over 3 days. 3 days, not 4 days, but 3 days of competition had over 100 pounds.
Mm-hmm. He's really struggling, though. Today, you know, that's the amazing thing is his biggest fish is 3.9 at the moment.
What would Coach Bowman tell him?
I would tell him to catch a bigger one.
Yeah. Who cares about Bill Belichick, Andy
I can't
Reid?
tell any of these guys how to do
Nick
their
Saban.
business on the water. It's
Catch
about
more.
off the water. I coach off the water.
Oh, you're an off-the-water coach.
Off-the-water coach. It's all life in general. Don't make the mistakes that me and James Overstreet and Dave Mercer have made.
Speaking of James Overstreet, special shout-out to him, not with us this week, but battling some things, and the entire Bass family sending love and prayers to one of the most
100%.
amazing members of our family, James Overstreet. So shout-out to him. Wow.
He's bigger than it
I
is.
don't want this to end. I mean, I really just want – I mean, we're going to be done here, but I'm watching this because –
It's hard not to watch.
And as you sit here, it feels like – and every angler in the country understands, every angler in the world, those days when you walk outside this time of year and you're like, woohoo, it's going to be a fishy afternoon.
Yeah.
You feeling that, Bowman?
I'm feeling it, baby.
Where are you feeling it?
I'm feeling it on the back of my neck right now.
Making his lateral line tingle. Incredible fishing here on this incredible body of water. There's a lot of things that get hyped, but Lake Fork can't be hyped enough. It is showing out in a big, big way. But atop the leaderboard, the youngest angler ever to qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, Trey McKinnys, your tournament leader in only his second Elite Series event.
This is the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite Series. It's the second stop of the year, and it is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. What a day, what a week we are having in Texas here. The lone stop completely inside the state of Texas, and we are making the best of it for sure. Look at the leaderboard right now. Rookie Trey McKinnys on top. Rookie Kyle Patrick behind him, but 4 pounds back. Tyler Rivette has moved into the top, all the way up into the top 3. Taku Ito started the day as the leader. He's down in 4th place. Justin Atkins, a veteran. Tyler Williams, another rookie. Matty Wong, 3rd-year man. Cooper Gallant, 2nd-year man. J.T. Tompkins and Wesley Gore, 5 rookies in our top 10. And that's the way they lay out as we take a look at our map of this incredible bass fishing complex known as Lake Fork.
Yeah, you see Trey McKinnys down on the lower end, real close to the dam there, just on the west side of Lake Fork. Very popular creek in the times I've been there in the past. Other anglers in there, but he, as you can tell from that picture, is farther offshore than the majority of fishermen we've seen. Maybe the farthest that we've had on camera. certainly in the last 2 days that we've had on live. He is a little farther off shore than most. And we talked about that yesterday. A lot of the anglers fishing shallow, actually sight fishing in 2 feet of water or less. But he's out on these staging places that I think a lot of fish were there waiting to move in. But the ones that were up shallow, the bigger females, actually had moved off. So he's got the best of both worlds moving to him there.
Yeah, and we know the recipe here at Lake Fork. We've seen jerkbait in the timber. We've seen forward-facing sonar with the jig head. We know that works. But this time of the year, we saw a lot of bank dwellers yesterday. We saw a lot of good guys catch big ones off the bed, that in-between range. And so to see him out deeper, he really had solid size. You may catch a bigger fish up shallow this week, you know, a 9, 10-pounder maybe, but a lot of better size average, 5'3", 5'10", 5'13". This 7'15" that he was able to catch midday, and then he follows it up with another 5. Those are the ones that helped him get to above average weight. You know, above average meaning like almost 30 pounds or more than 30 pounds.
Good look at above average weight there. 5'13", 5'10", 5'13", 7'15", and a 5'3". That is certainly better than average. And all of this has gone down. He still has several hours of fishing time left, so I expect to see that weight go up. We saw it a lot yesterday with most of them when we thought, wow, he's got to 30 pounds. But then you give him a couple more hours, especially with the sun coming out like we have there, just enough breeze to break that light penetration and be able to catch those fish, to trick those fish more. They might even bite 2 of the same jerk baits within 30 minutes of one another. Lot more fish catching
It's like the best
to go this
I've
afternoon.
ever seen in my life. I love this thing. Still can't believe I got my jerkbait back. I'm still thinking about like, yeah, it's
more 8-pounders than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's. I knew he about bit my other jerkbait again right after I retied, and I was like, I'm gonna catch that fish.
Currently right now, Davey said a few more hours left in the day. He's at 64 pounds and change. That's 128, 129 pounds for 4 days, Such. Just under the, are you worried? Are you worried?
No, I'm not worried at all. We still got 3 hours this afternoon. Justin Atkins just got over 60 pounds. He's in second place, jumping up from 8th. He's got about almost 28 pounds today. There are 8 bags over 30 pounds on Bass Track right now.
Wow.
JT Tompkins with our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, a 913, and there's 4 more 9+ pounders. Jonathan Kelly, Matty Wong, Patrick Walters, Hudnall. Some big move.
Oh my God.
How much does Hudnall have?
Speaking of Matty Wong.
Oh, his total?
He's a shallow dweller. Derek Hudnall is this week.
Only got 3 fish, Ronnie. He's at 12.5, but he's got a big bass.
Oh my gosh, eat it, please. I think it's a gar. Oh, oh my God, it's a giant. That's not no gar. That's no gar. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. We got ourselves a freaking bag, son. We got ourselves a I love you. Oh my gosh. What did I say? I think I called it. I believe so. I believe I called it. Oh.
Did he call it a gar?
He called something.
That's a 7.
Him over 60.
At least.
Yeah, some bug-eyed, big old
Come on, baby.
fish there.
Five-pound cull.
7 pounds, 4 ounces.
7.4? Well, it's not a 6, but it's a 7, which I'm okay with. Brah. 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 Oh, what another
amazing day here out on the fork. And now I'm just fishing new water and having fun with it. What a fish. All right, time to get her back in the water. We're good? 7-4?
7-4.
Okay, another kiss. Mwah. Dude. Look at that thing. Look at that freaking beast. See ya. And there was another one, whip it. Oh, good deal. Good deal.
Man, I'm gonna have a black eye. You got me right in the eye.
I did?
I was too close. It's okay.
Oh, I popped you? Oh no. What did I hit you with?
The back of your pole.
Oh shoot. Oh, bud. That was pretty sweet. What's even more fun is I called it. Oh. I'm curious what we got now.
Retying the glide bait again. I'm not sure if he's doing that to keep from having
What
a
a
chance
day.
of breaking off, or maybe it's one of those very expensive glide baits that he's more worried about losing the bait than potentially another bass.
I was going to be stoked either way.
Got 29-2
But
for
the fact that we're out here-
62-4, second place.
Got that 9-3 about 10 o'clock this morning. That's getting up there.
214 in there.
Started the day in the 6th position. Did Matty Wong? Great day one for him.
We saw him, I think, other than his rookie year, St. John's River, we saw him on camera. We saw him on camera a few events later, and we also saw him on camera on day 2 at Lake Fork. He had a great day one. It petered off for him that week, but something about this region, I think that when he doesn't go back to California, he makes roots in DFW region. I know he's got a buddy from the West Coast, Alex Pisarski, who is in the region. I think that's who he's talking to out in the boat. And so he may have a little bit more experience at Fork than other bodies of water that he travels to for the first time.
If you look back at his career, though, this is his 3rd year. If you look back, I'm going to say about 6 tournaments total. He totally 100% changed his path in this sport.
What did I say?
He was not having much success at all for 18 months. His track record in the last 6 events, I'm going to say the last 3 or 4 of last year and the first 2 this year, is very, very good.
Hi guys. Just out here having fun. Oh, this place is so special, man. Oh gosh, Lake Fork, absolutely bananas. Hopefully we can get ourselves another melon head. Oh, you're interested. Oh, come on. Eat the bait, eat the bait, eat the bait, eat the bait.
Davey after Lay Lake last
Got
year.
it.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, gar. My heart. I gotta check my line. Dude, those fucking gars, bro.
He was 97th in AOY before a 3rd place at Sabine. It started his run. He had to finish 70th or better to remain an elite.
Ah.
And after St. Clair 74th,
Those
Lake
gars
Champlain
will get ya.
42nd, and then St. Lawrence a 9th. If he didn't do that, I mean, it was within points of him making it.
Pulling your fat out of the fire.
Absolutely.
Definition of that. That's.
Oh, it's Milligan.
Had to catch him and caught him.
Like 4 points, I think, if he loses 4 points, finishes 13th instead of 9th,
So we're gonna
or whatever
be out
other
here
tournament.
carrying water now?
He's not
Is that
fishing
the deal?
today.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Don't want to say anything or cause anything, but he has been one who's been kind of more outspoken today on live, at least, about if I have to look down at this thing, I'll look down at this thing to do well, and he's been very successful with it. He's been very successful with it the last 4 or 5 events dating back to last year to pull his fat out of the fire. So it may not be something that you like style-wise, but the style you liked wasn't getting you the results you needed. And that adaptation and adjustment, that's what we always preach, David. Talk to you off camera about it. Like, pros all the time, staying versatile, trying other things outside of your comfort zone to make sure you're covering all your bases on catching fish the best way you can. He's implemented that the last couple events of his career, dating back to last year, and we've seen a lot better results to keep him still, viable out here.
No, that turnaround started when he put that technology on his boat.
That's what he told me.
And it's.
What was that?
I'm telling you, I saw it. I mean, when it went on his boat, his career took a different direction.
No, I think he's got a I don't know if he's got a camera.
Oh, Jason Williamson with the second biggest fish of the day, a 9.5. He had 23 pounds yesterday. He's got a couple small ones and only 4 fish. He's 51st right now with almost 39 pounds total.
I talked to him in the off-season about it, though, because I knew the way it changed things up for him quite a bit, but he was still kind of anti.
Oh, for sure.
Forward-facing.
That's the whole entire vibe. That's the reason I bring it up. Yeah.
But his biggest concern that he relayed to me was the look it gives young anglers, and you see it right there, 3 graphs on the front of his boat, 3 graphs on the front of that boat, 3 graphs on the front of that boat. Can't quite tell with Trey McKinnys, but I'm betting there's 3 on that one too, or also. So.
20.
And I think he's sincere when he was telling me that he made it to this level, to the elites, with a couple little small, liquid crystal old nothing, a bank fisherman. He couldn't afford it. So
yes and no.
Yeah, there's a quote from my story I did.
Yeah, no,
I wasn't fully committed to the electronics game. Cool, put it in my boat, top 10.
Yeah, she's chilled out a little bit.
And he came from the Bass Nation, And,
using them like a 20-year-old boat with almost no electronics on it. I mean, he wore that like a badge of honor. So it concerned him to put this on there for the look, because he took pride in the fact that you didn't need all that stuff to do well, but it's certainly been.
I think there's the tide is turning for the local, regional, high school anglers, looking like they feel like they need to be an Elite Series pro. The pros have the stuff for a reason, because they're fishing for high dollars in their career.
Been hard to stay in the top 10 today. Many have fallen from that, but boy, we've seen a lot of people moving up. And Matty Wong started in 6th place, and he's advanced all the way into 2nd place. Justin Atkins has moved into that group along with Kyle Patrick and Tyler Rivette. Tyler Williams, Cooper Gallant, man, changes galore and more. Well, the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Of course, got to mention our great host organization. That's the Wood County Economic Development Commission and the Sabine River Authority of Texas. Sabine River Authority responsible for a lot of waterway here. One of the main 3 waterways in the whole east side of Texas, and some important reservoirs. As we know, we're hitting 2 of them this first 2 events of the season, and they have been absolutely stunning, fantastic, particularly this one right here. Lake Fork. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. Tyler Rivette, 3rd place right there. Matty Wong, boy, doing more than a great job today. Started in 6th, hanging now in 2nd place. Trey McKinnys, the rookie, on top. 5 rookies, we have to keep repeating that, among our top 10. That becomes a familiar sort of headline and theme through so many of our tournaments anymore.
Well, that's a great look. 4 box. Speaking of this waterway and the Sabine Authority, all that, most of these are flood control or power generation is the reason these lakes. Was this lake built primarily for a trophy fishery?
It was built as a water supply for the Metroplex, Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Just like Ray Roberts, where we're going to have the.
I knew Ray Roberts was, but I didn't know.
Same deal here.
Okay.
That's what it was. But the Parks and Wildlife were, I guess, brought in as partners or something to imagine it, and It took a lot of planning. I mean, from the inception of it, they were planning to make it a great big bass fishery and manage for healthy big bass
There's a lot of
populations.
boats in my second spot. I'm just gonna let that do its thing and kind of expand. Alex, you missed it. I said you missed it. A good one. Oh, there's another one right there. Oh man. I like how earlier I'm like in a full down jacket and now I'm just like in my hooded sweat jersey. Man, it is I wish it just stayed cold because then my fish would just kind of keep coming and staying there. But I honestly don't think it's going to be enough for these guys to like really flood the bank, which is a good thing. So hopefully my bite will stick around and we can just kind of keep plugging away and you know, just keep on getting some fish. Because I'm having an absolute ball today. Broke my PB. Catching another melonhead. I caught a big gar. Oh, you look bassy. Oh, you look bassy. You look awfully bassy. Oh, Taku-san. Taku! It's Taku time! I guess Taku-chan and myself are sharing water, so I thought I had my cut all to myself back there, but when you think you have something to yourself on the elites, guess twice, because you don't. Typically, 5 other guys found it. And so it's super rare when you do actually have something all to yourself. And it's just good, because then you can kind of like really fish free and not feel too pressured. I mean, not like, oh. Come on. Come on, eat it.
He's mentioned a few gar that he's seen. It's hard to distinguish a gar from a bass. More so than some of the others.
Oh my God, if this was a bass.
For whatever reason.
Oh my God, it's a giant bass.
Oh, that is a big one.
Wow.
That is a big one.
Come on, one hook.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Got a little anxious there. It's a big one.
Yeah, what's a big one? My goodness.
It's at least a 6 and then whatever that was. Like if that was a 8 or 9, that's 14 or 15 pounds of fish.
Off at the boat.
Davy's probably got like 5 rules to don't do at the side of the boat, and there might have been 4 of them in that one moment.
Yes.
In hindsight.
There's several,
yes,
but
yes.
So in his defense, he got the 9-pounder he caught. So like the real big ones don't fight as much as most 6-pounders.
I had her coming, man. I had her.
Just like they
She was
get
right
a certain
there.
age
She's
and
literally-
then
I dropped the rod.
really strong and then give up.
That one's gonna haunt me.
That's sort of what
God.
the 9-pounder he caught did, and he
shake it off.
It worked
Shake
out
it
for
off.
him.
Shake it off. Shake it
This
off.
one
Shake
didn't.
it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. When a problem comes along, you must shake it off. When you drop 8-pounders all day long, you must shake it off. All right, we're good. All right, spilt milk. Dang, that sucks. That would have been another big melon head added to the bunch, and it could have been bigger than the one we got in the live well, so that don't feel good. But whatever, I'm doing the right thing. I feel good about it, and hopefully we catch another giant. And hopefully Ben Milliken respects my water and doesn't kind of push in over here. But so far, I think we have a pretty decent mutual respect, and he's sticking over there. So hopefully we can keep that going. No more lost fish, all right? No more lost fish.
Finish the checklist, Dave?
That one was absolutely.
So, you know, I think long and hard before I say negative things about fishermen, because I was one. I made a lot of mistakes, but I'm just trying to help out here. In his defense, he caught a 9-pounder and he got it to the boat about that fast, and the fish just
laid down. Yeah.
That happens with the real big ones. Sometimes, but sometimes they keep their energy. I think, you know, a 9-pounder could be 7 years old or 12 years old, you know, depending on where you are in the country, all that. But I think age has a lot to do with that. Just because the fish is 7 pounds doesn't mean they're going to be the same age. But he got that probably because it added to it just a back hook in the fish's mouth. He wanted to hurry, get it in the boat. He got it within 4 feet of his rod tip, dropped his rod, hand lined. You know, which is, if the fish is exhausted, you hand line, you're just pulling the weight of the fish to you and everything's okay. It's the only time I approve of that. But that fish was green and you start hand lining one hook, doesn't usually work out very good for you.
I'm doing the right thing, and there's more fish. I also am adding new water to my repertoire. It is what it is. I haven't lost a fish that big in a very long time. So, yeah, I had her in my hands. I actually touched her.
And if it was as big as his 9.3 or anywhere near there, it would have been a 6-pound cull. He'd be big bag, 35 pounds today.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 9, but it was 7 or more.
Yeah, couple pound cull easy. He still has a 214. Hey, Ben Milliken, his 4th fish. He's got 17 pounds and change. He's up to 24th. He's our 24th angler over 50 pounds total for 2 days.
You're right about those 5-pounders are the ones that really take the guys down a second time. They bulldog 2 or 3 times, and you know that's here anyway. That's what we've been seeing.
Well, I think it's that way because I think the age and just the health of the fish. Just because a fish weighs like people, just because it's, you know, a great big person doesn't mean they're in good shape, or that they're 30 or that they're 30 or 80. You know, you can be the same weight at 13 or 45. You know, it's funny, but that's the best way I know to describe it. It just is.
Nothing more dangerous than a 245-pound 14-year-old.
Right, exactly.
I'll tell you what, we always wonder how many people might be watching Bass Live at a given moment. Let someone lose like a 9-pounder and how many texts or messages you get of like, oh no, or like, what was he doing? Or holy cow. You'll realize how many are watching.
So
that is a big one.
And a lot of times when we show this point of the fight, we've been in 20, 30 seconds. This is like 5 seconds in.
It's still, hot.
He totally drops his rod. He's hand lining.
All it takes is that line slipping in your skin just a little, then it's not nearly as tight as it once was when you grabbed it 5 seconds ago. And then, touch the side of the boat. It could bump the side of the boat, something, and swim bait. I think it also, when it jumped, it had one treble. It didn't have the back. I think it had the front one. And because you could see that bait move a whole lot more than the first one that had both hooks in its jaw. A little brutal.
He's still in second place with 62 pounds, 29.2 on the day.
Yeah, that would have been a big cull for him. Big cull.
Oh my God, that one came up on it. Eat it. Another 7-pounder would make me feel a lot better right now.
We got to remember that playing in the background more insistently with every passing hour is the fact that the top 50 are going to make it tomorrow. We're just now reached 40 pounds for 50th place. We figure, I guess, based on yesterday, if 43 pounds would be
21 3/4 is probably 43.6, 43.4, something like that.
You think we're going to get there?
I think we do.
Really?
I think
we
we
real
do.
close.
Oh, gosh.
Because you're going to have those guys that had 15 yesterday, like Buddy Gross, that go pop 30, and they're going to be 46. Like, so you got to imagine.
People are getting pushed down toward that. Yeah, okay.
like that.
There may be people who got 22 that don't catch it, but you know, there's 69 20-pound bags.
Yeah. Flights go to what?
Saying they got to catch
420
and a half to get to that.
Right now I'm trying to focus on that same thing. Is just out in front of these creeks like this. I feel like these fish are just kind of out here waiting to go to the bank. I don't feel like most of them like aren't relating to anything that I've caught today. I've caught a few, you know, sitting on trees, so forth. But a lot of them's just been out here hanging around. Oh, hang on, got him looking at it. But no, right now I'm basically just trying to get a big bite. That's what it comes down to. Seems like a lot of these fish in this lake are always good quality. Like yesterday, for instance, every fish I had bite was over 5. I caught one, I take it back, I caught one like smaller one. But everything was, I mean, you know, big. So I'm hoping if I get out here around these big trees. Uh-oh, he sees it. It's a little bit something, I don't know, they might bass. But right now I'm just looking for quality and trying to expand my area so I can have something for tomorrow. But it's going to change a lot tomorrow, I have a feeling. I just have that weird sense of feel on it. I feel like these fish that are kind of out here are going to move to either the bank or something of that nature. So I'm hoping to get a few more out of it today, and then tomorrow I'll probably go to the bank or something around the bank anyways. But I like these big trees though. I'll just call them grandfather trees. Seems like when you get around them, the fish are hard to see, but sometimes there's giants.
Did he say he'll go to the bank tomorrow?
Mentioned it.
We'll be watching.
We'll be watching.
Absolutely.
At noon, if he doesn't have anything, he'll probably go to the bank. That don't seem starting on the bank.
About 2 hours and 20 minutes left of fishing time for our first flight anglers here of our 103 full field out there today. Again, remember, we cut it down to 50 at the weigh-in, which is coming at 4 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Bassmaster.com. Trey McKinnys, been on top for a long, long time now. Matty Wong has joined him up there all the way through our top 10, including 5 rookies. What a day on Lake Fork. Got to tell you, tournament bass fishing, kayak fishing has blown up in recent years. That is for sure. The Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series is becoming vastly more popular each and every year. They're classic. As a matter of fact, the Bassmaster is going to be in Oklahoma, Grand Lake of the Cherokees, just down the road. Lake 10 Killer, Tahlequah, up there in the mountains in Oklahoma. That's going to be the classic for the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. QR code there is a thing you can scan right now and get some more information. Maybe you want to be a part of it next time around. Next time the kayakers come close to you, you may be rigged up and ready to go and just looking for a place to compete. Check that out, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. A beautiful, beautiful place, and the beauty is in what people imagine. Bass fishing fans, when they see that water right there, what lives there is incredible. Taku Ito showed us yesterday a little taste of what lives there with 39 plus pounds. He is down to 6th as it stands right now.
Yep. So afternoon there, I try to fish in shallow. And then yesterday I caught an 8-pounder right there. In the morning, the deep is good, but afternoon, always fishing shallow. The spring is very important things. I tried looking, now I looking 3-4 foot shallow and suspending female. I try to find it. Yeah, very nervous. It's so hard to get a bite, but big one.
Taku's sticking to his game plan that worked so well for him yesterday, starting out deeper and then moving to those staging areas, kind of the mid depths, and then going shallow late in the day. That's what he said he did yesterday. What is that? Spike ball looking thing.
Sea urchin.
I don't know.
Decoy.
Yeah. Well, yesterday, day number 1, Taku Ito really clicked with the giants here. Toledo Bend Reservoir, just an incredible 39 pounds, 1 ounce. The biggest days we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live. This was earlier today. Not quite getting on that track so far today.
It's just hard to back up those 39-pound days. In his defense, having a great day today, but even though Lake Fork is one of the best, if not the best lake in the country, it seems, right now, this week. A lot of nice fish for Taku, but it's hard to duplicate that 39 pounds back-to-back days. Like I mentioned, mixing it up, starting out deeper and then moving mid-range depths, coming to some pre-spawn staging areas that are closer to the spawning areas, and then spending the afternoon in the shallower water.
Caught his best one of the day about an hour and 15 minutes ago, one almost 6 pounds.
Yeah, that spot. Made us hungry midday, talking about pizza as well, his favorite kind. He liked the busy pizza. Meat, peppers, that's what Taku Ito likes for his pizza. If he catches another 39 pounds, he may get more pizza today. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I'm talking about fantasy fishing, but some different implications. Not the perfect team, because even though Lee Livesey had a tough day 1, he's got like 3 or 4 fish for 16 to 18 pounds, I think, right now on Bass Track. So he's maybe going to make a comeback. That will dictate who has the perfect team or the best team, because so many people picked him. But when it comes to some bonus points, some opportunities to gain a little edge on other people, if you had Wesley Gore on your fantasy team or Taku Ito, not only did you get extra points for how good they did overall, 28 to 39 pounds, great days on the water for these two guys, but if you have the big bass of the event or you have the big bag of the event, you get an extra 40 points. And so Wesley Gore's 10-9 is currently holding the big bass mark for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. And then Taku Ito's 39-1 is the biggest bag of the tournament. Obviously, through one day of competition, he's our day 1 leader. That's how this works. But what are the odds of those getting beaten? I think we have 6 or 7 9+ pounders today. No 10 pounders yet. And then we've obviously got 30-pound bags. Trey McKinney's putting a great day together. If he catches a 10 pounder, calls up 5 pounds, he has the opportunity to maybe threaten the 39-1. But what are the odds this week that a 10-9 or a 39-1 get broken? Remains to be seen, but we've seen, I guess if you knock at the door of 30 pounds enough, or you knock at the door of a 10 pounder enough, you could break both those marks. We've seen an 11-1 here at this body of water in an Elite Series event with Brandon Cobb, so we know the potential's out there for sure. Somebody may take both those titles, Tommy. If you catch a 11-pounder, you could have 40 pounds and get both bonus points.
One enables the other. How many do we have now over 30 today?
Over 30? I was counting.
Such mentioned it a
We had 6 right now.
Yeah, we have 6 over 9 and 6 over 30.
7.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 over 9 or 7 over 30?
7 30-pound plus bags.
Okay.
That's why we talked about like guys like Buddy Gross, who had 4 fish yesterday for not 28 pounds, 4 fish for 14, 15. Can someone like that jump up, make the cut? For sure. But you already see his 31-pound bag is, you got to scroll down to 33rd to see it. He's now going to go from outside the cut, and even with 31, probably going to be one of the bottom 10 guys. He's probably going to be 40th to 50th, making the cut but barely. He's going to have another 31-pound bag to make up for having only 4 in his bag on day 1. That's just the one thing. As fishermen, Davey, you leave the dock. The weight of your fish remains to be seen, but a minimum your job is to catch 5 keepers. When you leave one out there, you're already fighting a battle of makeup. You have to do it over a 2 or 3 day period.
This crowd's too rough to come in with 4 fish.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It'll bite you.
Yeah.
And we talk about this often, that every day is just as important. Every fish is just as important. Big fish is relative to where you are, But in tournaments like this, this is where we're at now. Things have changed. Scott Martin in 51st place with 40 pounds. That's when it's going to hurt to drive home and say, gosh, if I'd have had a few more ounces, I could have fished another day and maybe moved up to 30th place. You can do that with a lot less weight, but it just hurts more for whatever reason. It feels like it hurts more when you catch 38 to 41 pounds and you're not going to make the Saturday cut.
Taco's only got 4 pounds on falling out of the top 10. I mean, it doesn't matter today, but having 19-14 after 39. All these other guys are upper 20s, 28. JT Tompkins, 29, climbing up there. Matty Wong, 29. Rivette, almost 30.
Yeah, of those top 10 weights, his is the most crooked number there because he's the only one under 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Everybody in the top 10 is over 26, and he's under 20, so great opportunity for him to still stay in the game with his lowest bag of the week possibly, but 25 pounds will get him in the lead.
Mentioned Jordan Lee having 32-14, climbing from 54th to he's about 12th right now. Welcher has 32.7. Mr. Walters, 32.5 even. And he has climbed up from 76 to, he's in the teens right now, or 20th exactly.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson, 30-pound bag. Brandon Cobb just caught his 5th fish. He's been staring at 30 for a while now, and he is over 30 exactly. 30 pounds, 2 ounces with a 313 to fill his limit.
Another rookie, the one that got the short end of the stick at Toledo, John Garrett.
He's up there.
4 for 20 yesterday. 4 for 20. That means he's in the top 69, but still one short of a limit. Has 28-14 today, and he's up to almost 50 pounds for 2 days with just 9 fish. He's still one of those ones that if he could put on 31, 32, 33 today and be able to call up to help bridge that gap, tomorrow he can make another jump, gain some valuable points back for sure.
Vegeta's stuck at 19.6. He's got his limit though. Robert G., who was dead last, got a nice 20-plus pound bag going.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, and a great week last week, obviously, and 24-13 today, but he just in such a hole, 87th place. I mean, he's a great day today, but you stump your toe one of those 2 days.
If you come out
and
of here,
it's really anywhere. Like I say, it seems to hurt more here because those numbers are higher, but it's the same anywhere you go. If you're down at the bottom, it's just so hard to come out of that hole.
Brian Smith has 30 pounds, 2 ounces today.
Wow.
He's in 37th right now, probably on the bubble, but he was down in 89th. He's 37 now with 43, so that's what we kind of guessed near the cut, so who knows where it's going to fall exactly.
and at this point in the tournament, when you come in with 1 fish for 2 pounds on day 1 and you're dead last, it's not about, hey, I need to catch 37 and try to finish 70th. It's if I can gain 10 points.
Right.
If I can finish 93rd instead of 103rd. You got to set your goals a little smaller, but better than getting 1 point in my second elite event. I almost got max points. He got 3rd place or 4th place in the first elite. Almost max points. And then you got minimum points. You got to at least get 10 or 15 points.
So he's caught 24-13 today to gain 16 points. But we all know how much 16 points can mean at the end of the year.
Yeah. Cody Huff gaining about 40. He's in 50th place right now. 28.9 today. He was 90th. And he was like some pundits' picks to do well here at Fork.
That just goes to show you how a top 10 finish paired with a bottom 10 finish makes you a bubble boy for the Classic. He goes from being 4th in AOY to being, after today's unofficial points of 88th place, 41st in Angler of the Year, right there at the Classic line. So when you have 2 bombs, you got to have 2 top 5s and a top 15 to counteract it in the positive.
That's why someone like, and he's not as high up as we normally see him, but a Luke Palmer comes to mind. He'll 20th something place you all year long, and he's going to be top 10 AOY. if you can just have a solid tournament, it doesn't have to be great, but just those bottom 10 place type tournaments will put you in a hole.
It's like Stetson. I don't think he had a top 15, but he didn't have a worse than 44th.
Yeah.
He had 9 of them like that last year and get you top 10 in points.
Well, we talk about changes currently underway in the world of pro bass fishing and bass fishing in general. We talked about the kayak series blowing up. We talked about the rookies who are just sort of seemingly staging a takeover here. It's certainly not a takeover, but they are certainly becoming more important. You know, the presence of women in the sport is getting a big boost from an initiative called the Bassmaster Women's Initiative. That's B.A.S.S. Along with staff, alongside with some professional female anglers. Creating a network, a community of anglers to develop the skill sets and confidence for women who are interested in bass fishing. A series of workshops, one of them at St. John's in April, in June, Wheeler Lake in Alabama, and New York in August, where women who are interested can come in and get good, hands-on, practical, solid information for building their participation in bass fishing. The fundamentals, the lures, getting to know your way around a bass boat, all of that. So Bassmaster. You can find out more at bassmaster.com. Bassmaster Live having some kind of week here. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork in Yantis, Texas. What a tournament we have currently, I mean, just raging right now. Of course, our live coverage sponsored by Toyota. We appreciate that. Been able to bring you a lot of good live stuff today for sure. Some big ones coming across your screen. Some of them will be coming across the weigh-in stage today, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Some overs will make it there, so you get a chance to see the anglers hoist them up. We have seen so much action up and down that leaderboard as well. It's been an engrossing thing to follow all of this and take a look at our well spread out 6 anglers that we're covering all day long today. And that center is our leader, Trey McKinnys. The rookie comes from a family of barrel racers, rodeo family.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is in one of his, oh man, we got the
Grebe,
Cootsville,
Grebe,
USA.
and
There it is.
Mulgrew.
I haven't heard that in a while.
Oof,
There's some barrel racers.
Yeah. Man, oh man.
We see it all go in a barrel and race. Trey stayed in that same general area all day. Probably was there yesterday.
Yeah, he hasn't left the dam end, has he?
Nope.
What? There should have been 2 or 3 in those trees.
Back with Matty Wong.
Oh guys, today has been an awesome day. These fish are right where I like them. I like my hookup to land ratio has been pretty solid, minus that one fish. I think my flaw was it only had the back hook, and I dropped my rod, lost the tension. I go to pick it up again, and she turned and popped off. With these big fish, you absolutely cannot lose tension when fighting them, especially with the bigger bait, because there's too much leverage that fish can use against you. And so I know that. I thought I had enough strength in my hand lining skills, and hey, errors happen, but it's okay. I put that behind me, was able to shake that off, and we're just having a good time. I got my friends out here. I got a couple boats hanging out, and I got my favorite cameraman, Carl. Life's good. Life is good. We are 1 fish away from another dirty 30, and that feels really, really good. So we're just kind of keep plugging along. We got about an hour and a half, or no, 2.5, I think 2 hours or so left to fish, or an hour 40. And yeah, we're just gonna give it our all and just kind of keep grinding through it. I mean, it's crazy on how earlier it felt like it was in the middle of winter, and now it feels like a nice sunny summer day. So you know, I think that these bass are lifting up a little bit closer to the surface, and they're sunning themselves. I mean, they love this sun just like as much as we do. So the main thing is that we don't have a big moon coming in anytime soon, so hopefully it's going to keep them out, which will help my bite, and they don't go flooding to the bank. I'm sure there's still a population of fish that are still going to be pushing in shallow, but I also know that we got some of the best bed fishermen in the industry, and I know they plucked off a whole bunch yesterday. What scares me, though, is that I know a lot of those guys can be out and looking for them right now, which I'm debating actually pretty soon. I might come up and look up in the shallow because we have this beautiful weather. I'm not much of a bed fisherman, but that's something that I've been trying to work on. So we actually might do that for the last little bit of the day. But we're gonna try and catch ourselves another melonhead.
Matty Wong's been referencing his buddies out there, and I mentioned Alex Pisarski. This is how small the world is. I met Alex Pisarski backed in beside me at Lake Chateau in the college championship, and he was Long Beach State, and we hung out all week. We parked in the same spots. He was right beside us. We rig up tackle. He's from the West Coast. I'm from the East Coast. We were literally about the two farthest schools you could be apart at East Carolina and Long Beach State. Talked all week, and I had no idea that he had moved to Texas until like 2 years ago when he had sent me a text from, he said, "I'll be at the Ray Roberts Classic." And so very cool how Matty Wong from Hawaii to California knows Alex. Alex in college fishing, we met, and now we're aware of who he runs with and stuff. Interesting small world that this sport allows us to be able to do. I know you've probably had plenty of interactions, David, with people. You're like, I didn't know you knew Jim Bob.
Right.
Jim Bob was my hometown.
So is Alex on that group?
He is not in the group.
That
No.
you're laughing at me?
No.
With me? About me? No? Tell little Alton I knew him when he was wearing diapers.
We heard Matty say it feels like a nice summer day right now. This is our outlook for tomorrow. A high of that will feel like a summery day at 79 degrees. Low tomorrow night of 57 degrees in advance of Championship Sunday. So, yes, improving. If you like sun, you like warmth.
What a difference.
Many bass do.
What a difference a day will make.
Yes.
Yes, this time of year, they like warmth.
They like that radiant energy from the sun.
Yes. 79 degrees.
better
Low
than-
of mid-50s or so right in there. That'll be a big change also.
Those look like those mines they used to drop in the Pacific back in
It
World
does.
War II. Or
It
something.
does. Exactly what it looks like.
Concrete fish finders or fish habitat they drop in Maumelle.
That is for real. That is for real. Go back to that one in the bluegill color. We gotta. Is that were those mines for submarines or just ships? That's
Ships,
what
I think. Yeah.
That's what that looks like on the one reel.
Wasn't it to prevent them from like beaching up or whatever? Like you put them there and they can't.
Yeah.
Well, no,
That's
they
a
had
great
those
shot.
those big iron things that they would put out on beaches to keep boats from pulling up on the beach. Now, that was in Normandy, in northern France.
So that might be the secret Japanese bait that he's not going to show us until Sunday, but thanks to Jake, the cameraman, that might be it.
He's had that held up. It was more of a green pumpkin color, in a top lures gallery from like one of his first years on the Elite Series, and I was like, he is flipping that, or that is on the back of a jig. Now he's like Nico rigging it, wacky rigging it. That is crazy.
Fluttering bluegill.
Yeah, cockroach. Look at that.
Yeah, look, somewhere between a bluegill and a cockroach. Everything's got to be
hungry for.
Well, you know, some parts of the country, the cockroaches in Arkansas, they got claws on them.
No, those are palmetto bugs, I think is what they call them.
Yes. Ooh, Cody Huff is second 614 fish, as big as 6'9", up from 90th to 37th. He's at 32-1.
Wow.
Talk about saving.
Big move.
32-1 on the day. What's his two-day weight?
His day. He's right around 43, almost 44 pounds.
Ooh. If that
could fish again tomorrow with
I wouldn't
that,
be shocked if it goes up.
44.2.
We said 43. I wouldn't be shocked if it's 44 somehow. Like I don't think that many people can make jumps from the 80s and 90s.
Not all
people
of them
in people in the 30s and 40s are going to let that happen. Like I don't, you know.
Yeah.
He was 90th. Brian Smith was 89th. He's right there with him at 39th.
I think
he's got a
Buddy
30
Gross
pound.
was 85th. Sixth, yeah.
And he's 31,
he's
but
right there with him.
So I remember Falcon, obviously we've been talking about it all day, comparing it, but there was a Guntersville tournament that it took 40 couple to make the 2-day cut. That's the only other tournament that I remember that the cut weight was this high, 43-ish, I think, at Guntersville that year, 42, 43.
Was that like 2010?
That's about right.
That was when they broke the Century Club, I think.
Bigger fish I was able to get to the boat.
08
really
and 10
fast.
maybe for the two Guntersville events.
Yeah. Might have been the 08 one.
Well,
I think it was.
I just wanted to fill you guys in on a little industry secret. I mean, it's just a question that I get asked all the time is like, well, what rod should I use? Well, you could use any frog rod, I would say, but ultimately you want a rod that has multiple actions within one blank. And the Destroyer line, it's like having 3 rods in one. And you just basically have to feel it out for yourself. Like I can't explain it anymore to you, and you just going out and just trying one out. I personally think they're well worth the money. I mean, that fish that I lost earlier, that was completely operator error, not equipment. So that was my bad. But it's okay, because we're still having fun. We're still having fun. And there's still some melon heads around. That'd be a fun shirt. Do you guys like that? A lateral vision shirt and it's just a bunch of melon heads. I like that. I think we're gonna do something like that. If you guys would be ever so kind, it'd mean a lot to me. If you guys went on to lateralvisionbrand.com, you type in Matty Wong, and you guys can buy my personal merch on there. All the profits go to supporting me while I'm on the road. So that would mean a ton to your boy. And yeah, that's just something that I'm super stoked to be paired up with Lateral Vision in that deal. So I'm just so grateful to have such a cool variety of sponsors that support me. And you know, from personally, I feel like the best equipment in the game, to super comfy footwear, to cool lifestyle stuff, to accessories, to all of it, man. I'm just so blessed and so grateful to have such incredible partnerships with all these companies.
Matty Wong, second place, pound 13 back. Right behind him, Justin Atkins usually saves his surges for the end of the season. He's getting going early, beating the crowd this year.
Good to see.
Yeah, good to see him get.
He wants to make the Bassmaster Classic. You got to do that early in the year and get some points.
To do it early. Really tight competition. Top 5 at least of our top 10. Very, very close for such big weights this week. All All right, Century Club's always on our mind, especially with Such in the room.
Yes, get a
Yes, so
100.
with that in mind, Northland Daily Trivia rules out this way. How many current elite anglers? Current elite anglers have won Century belts. Is it 15 of them, 18 of them, 20 of them, or 23? Current Elite Series anglers who have won Century belts. How many? Again, 15, 18, 20, or 23? We'll let you think about that for a while and pay it off when we get back. That's right, the AFTCO Elite coming to you from Lake Fork. Lake Fork, we've been here 2019, 2020, 21, and 22, and each year we have had Century Club belts awarded. That's one we saw with Brandon Cobb right there, that 114 pounds. Man, that was the king of them all. That was the biggest total we have had for 4 days of fishing. The biggest beat down of all time administered by this man in 2020, November, at Lake Fork, Patrick Walters.
Won by 29 pounds and 2 ounces. Over second place, that's still.
Yes! Lee Livesey collected a few here. And winner, the last two. The victor, the last two times at Lake Fork.
No way! Anything else with her?
Century Club City, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're camped out this week.
Look on her! Look at that. That's how you want them to eat it.
Swindle.
Swindle the last time we were here.
The last stop on his way in to get him in that Century Club.
Been catching them in timber all week. Catch one on a swim jig to end the day.
Shane LeHue caught
Also
someone 22.
Top water and a big straight tail worm.
Century Club is our theme here in this segment, at least for now. How many current elite anglers have won Century belts? How many of the current elite anglers
Davy's doing some
participating out
quick
there today?
ciphering.
Was it 15, Davey, 18, 20, or 23?
I'll go 18.
Ronnie?
I had my answer, and our producer in our ear said, you got a hint right there, and I wasn't paying attention to whatever hint that might be, so I'm just going to go, I'll go with 15A.
I'll go 20, just to be contrary.
Ding, ding, ding.
See what
Tommy
it is.
Sanders.
Oh,
There
being
you
contrary
go.
Pays off, finally.
Think of the Falcons and the Kennedy and Williamson and Ike and Combs.
It's
and
a lot. It's a
Clun
lot.
and Santee.
Cruz.
Johnston's. Shakeup.
Going to take over the top spot with Lake Fork this time, Such?
Yeah, well, Falcon has 15 over 2 events, and Fork has had 9. So, boy, it sure is looking like it's
How
going to.
many were first-timers yesterday? How many, well...
What are you saying?
I don't know what I'm saying. I was thinking of 30 pounds. Forget that. I just say the Three Musketeers for the first time in like 20 years. It affected my
You
brain.
got a sugar rush going here.
You're like Trey McKinnys talking about that Red Bull.
Taku led with 31 pounds yesterday. How many people called over 100 yesterday, Such?
Okay.
Sorry.
Not yet. I'm not putting the bass in front of the boat yet.
Like a giant.
I specialize in moments like that.
If you're
I got my jerkbait too, I
if
gotta
you're
check
asking the question, who over 30 pounds yesterday has ever had a Century Club?
Yes.
It would just be Keith Combs. And who over 25 has had a Century Club?
What
It would
about
be-
Ito at St. Lawrence?
Did Taku break it last year?
Nah, now we're going to turn.
Was he the fourth one? It was
Yeah.
Walters, Johnston, Kiyoya, and Taku?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then Taku would have, yeah. I think if you go down to 25 pounds after day one, Corey, you add him to that list, Polinick, and Cook.
And I guess that's where I'm going. How many, those people are all on track to do it again this week. I guess anybody with over 25, but I think it puts you much more on track to have.
32 of them
Yeah.
on track at 25, but
Yeah,
you
but-
got to back it up.
That deep on that fish is like nearly impossible.
Like
but
Ronnie was saying this morning, get on up there in the 30s. You
7 of them
gives you
have
enough
30s,
leeway to have that
have a 20-pound
20-pound day.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we got 5 over 60 pounds on Bass Track, and over 50 we go down to
fish is
25th
so big.
Ben Milliken, who still has 4 fish.
No, I confirmed earlier.
Oh,
he's got
he's
5.
got the 5th. Okay,
He has
it
5.
hadn't
It's just-
shown up.
Yeah.
Caleb Summerall's our cut guy right now at 40 pounds, 15 ounces.
Taku, shallow for the afternoon. This is very important to do this time of day.
No, small one. No, small one. No. Yep. Yeah.
2 pounds, 1 ounce.
Yep.
A big one.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
More big one. Yeah, male is shallow. Male is easy to bite, but female is so hard.
Taku is one of the few anglers. Certainly had a plan for the deep, the mid-range, and the shallow, all three. Most other anglers was all in one way or the other. And when I say deep, it was not as deep as maybe we anticipated. Matty Wong's hooked up again. Oh, it jumped off.
Wow.
That was a 6-pounder. Then jumped off by the lure. Something was telling me I should have hit that fish with a glide and not that. That sucks.
Boy, he's release.
He's on a.
This is catch, weigh and release.
Yeah. Remember
he's
the
had
sequence.
If that was a 6-pounder, that was out there, I couldn't really see, but the one he lost when he was at the console was a 5-6 pounder, I'm gonna say 6, and then he lost a 7 or so, and then so 2 6s according to him and a 7-8. He's got a better look at him than anyone. It's a lot of weight there to be.
Yeah, he could be 5 pounds ahead of the pack right now.
This will help Stetson.
I knew they're bass.
He's one of 4 who've fallen out of the top 10 to start the day. Hamner, Blaylock, Norsetter, Milliken.
You like it?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gotta keep fighting. No giving up.
No bigs for Blaylock today.
Just gotta keep fighting.
Stetson always finds a way, even though he says, I catch them big, get a camera, and it gets tough on me for some reason. He still finds a way to have a good top 20 at the end of the week, whether he's in our final day or not.
Stetson Blaylock, he has been a pro for 13 years, and for about the last 6 years of that, he has been a pro with the Bassmaster Elite Series, a stunningly improving record through those years. He loves it.
You know, winning an event and winning that blue trophy, it's the pinnacle of your career. Yes, there's Anglers of the Year. Yes, there's Bassmaster Classics, but you've got to set your bars and you've got to start, whether it be the magazine or the TV show or the lives that the kids get to watch now. Yeah. All that stuff fuels dreams.
Get you a load of that, Bass Nation. Oh my gosh.
It gave me something to shoot for. I want to be like that guy. I want to be better than that guy one of these days.
That's him. That's him.
It shaped me into the angler that I am today.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Lord.
From Benton, Arkansas, Stetson Blaylock.
Stetson, as we mentioned earlier today, will be fishing his 5th consecutive Bassmaster Classic up at Grand Lake of the Cherokees here in 3 weeks.
Definitely be someone to keep your eye on.
Oh, I would think so.
Today has been very, very, very frustrating. kind of battling the whole not catching them in, but I feel like there's more in than there are out here, but I got out here and caught a decent fish. So it's kind of like trying to figure out what I want to finish the day out doing. I mean, I know at this point I'm kind of just scrapping for as many places as I can get to go into tomorrow with a chance to kind of readjust and think about what's happening out here today and make a run back up the leaderboard, because today has absolutely kicked my rear. And the bites I've gotten haven't been big ones. I mean, I haven't seen anything in that class that I'm looking for at all. But that's how this lake is. It's, as many times as I've fished it, I know that as good as anybody, that there are times that you just don't catch them. I've had several fish follow my bait to the bottom, pick up on it, and they'll be there, and lean back on them and there's nothing. And I know a couple of those were nice ones just because of the size on the screen. But I'm just out here panning around with active target now, trying to find something magical. I caught a really big one right here in practice. So I'm kind of just trying to see if I can make that up again. The day's kind of getting away from me and I haven't really performed, so it's kind of challenging to know how to finish it out.
When you think about these guys who've been on the bank a little bit today or through the first 2 days of competition, or guys like Trey McKinnys who have dedicated their time to maybe those main lake winter fish that are coming in to stage for the pre-spawn period, we've kind of got you covered here with our Humminbird Lake Master. As I bring it into the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge, couple map pictures, to show the depth contour and highlights. I've got it highlighted every couple feet. You can see obviously shallow water highlights 3 feet less. That intermediate, is going to be 4 feet to 7 feet, 7 to 12, and then it just keeps going out from there. The dark blue, the deepest blue here that I have on the map is 30 feet and deeper. But this is just a good shot of all of these. This is a boat lane. All of this is probably timber throughout, spread out, so it's not all navigable easy. So guys like Trey McKinnys, Stetson Blaylock maybe off the bank, may just pull in and stop outside of a boat lane where there's a bunch of timber, and it's in a depth zone that we saw at Toledo Bend, over 50 feet of water, over 40, over 35 feet of water. It may seem like the abyss, but when it has places and recipes like this where you're outside of a boat lane in some timber, but then all of a sudden it jumps up to a staging flat that might be 10 or 20 feet taller, it's going to be in that 15 to 20 feet of depth range, but then it has access to 5 to 7 feet of water not far away. Places like that will be maybe stopping grounds for a lot of these anglers like Trey McKinnys, who you're wondering, why are they so far off the bank, or that's all they're doing. They're finding a lot of those solid, consistent weight fish because of that. That would help Stetson Blaylock out this afternoon if he found a spot like that. But when you see, Davey, from the main lake where it's 40, 50 feet deep, and then all of a sudden it comes up on the flat a little bit, and boom, you're automatically on this flat in less than 4 or 5 feet of water. So there's plenty of ample places for these fish to spawn. It's not always up on the shore and on the land like we think. They'll spawn out in this timber as long as they find a place that's maybe a little bit shallower, a little bit flatter, a little bit more consistent for them, especially with the changing weather. That's going to be a place that they could spawn. If they're spawning off the bank, Davey, maybe 3, 4, days in a row, 5, 6, instead of some of those bank fish go up and spawn within a day and then get back offshore.
Good stuff. Lake Master, that being able to color those different depths, it makes it a whole lot easier when you're on a big lake you're unfamiliar with. You just look at that highlighted depth and that you can go to. That once you figure the depth that you're going to fish out.
And you paint it with Google Earth and you can see that this is 40 feet, but there's timber here. It's a different kind of 40 feet. Justin Hamner broke off on one he was looking at.
How did you break?
Why did that happen?
Dang it.
tell where it broke? It was at the hook? Or?
It was above it.
What pound are your leaders?
12. That's not broke.
Justin Hamner started the day in the top 10. He's down to 16th now, still looking really good to make the 50 cut. That's what today is all about, but I'm sure he would have preferred to have stayed in that top 10. Keep his daily average up there. It's going to take quite an eye-popping daily average to win this tournament right here. No question about it. You got to be busy. You got to be always catching them. ABC, always be catching.
Always be catching.
That's be busy catching them.
Oh, that is a grebe. That is an actual grebe right there.
That is a catcher too.
I don't know if I believe you. Zona's told me so
no.
many things over the years. I'm not sure.
I've looked him up. I think that was a
I'm
grebe.
giving you the real grebe right there. I'm the man that brings the real grebe.
Oh, accuracy. I like that.
You're the coach of grebe.
Yeah, I've been coaching people up on grebe.
You've been coaching a bunch of grebes in the studio.
Trey McKinnys, man, on top. Yeah, what an impressive display by the rookie here. Matty Wong has done his job today, catching him. He has done it. Justin Atkins moving up there. Tyler Rivette, Kyle Patrick, all the rookies, 5 of them in our top 5. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Constantly changing leaderboard has been very impressive today. I like Dave Mercer said, it looks fake to me. It's so big, these weights here on just day number 2. Trey McKinnys, Matty Wong, Justin Atkins are top 3 right there. Hanging in there, 5 rookies. I think we've still got 5, at least 4 still in the top 10. It's always changing. It will be changing for the next hour. There's another hour of fishing plus left. But the big issue today is the cut line. Got to be in the top 50 if you want to fish. Who is in that Yeti hot seat just bubbling up outside the cut line? Well, Wes Logan in 51st, Caleb Sumrall in 52nd, Chris Zaldane, Brandon Lester, Scott Martin, and Matt Herron. All your 5 who are striving, they got to get something done in the next hour.
Couple big fantasy names there, Tommy, and I wanted to bring it in real quick before we watch the last 15 minutes of Bassmaster Live for day 2 of competition. Who would have thought Chris Zaldane starts the tournament with a 5.5 and an 8.0 before anyone else catches a bass? And he's threatened at the cut line after 2 days. When we take it to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I wanted to talk about that cut weight real quick. We've been here for a couple years in a row, 19, 20, 21, 22, all different times of the year. I think we had like a late April, early May. We had a November, and then I think we had a mid-May, and somewhere around the same portion there, maybe in early April. And then obviously this year being February, late February, early March, different cut weights. But this is what it's been after 2 days. So Fork's been great at the top of the weights, but it's been pretty normal, I'd say, a pretty average largemouth results at that 50 cut, or in past years 35 out of 75 or 40 out of 88, things like that. Midway, we saw 31.5, 20 pounds for that fall event, which was brutal for a lot of the people other than Patrick Walters. We had 32.3, 34.5 was our best, and it was the last time we were here, the second to the highest winning weight we've had as well. And this year, going to absolutely crush whatever the cut weight has been in the past. You could almost probably 1.5 times some of these. The 43.6, which is the estimate, is the highest cut weight by almost 10 pounds over what it's been in the past. So Lake Fork has been putting them out even better. We talked about it last week. They are bigger than they've ever been this time of the year at Lake Fork. You have the chance for spawning fish, chance for full pre-spawn, chance for winter fish, honestly, and probably post-spawners at a certain point too. So absolutely crucial. Back home to you.
At this moment, 41.10 is the number, and we'll see how close it gets. There's another hour worth of fishing time. It could get all the way to 43 plus, David.
Certainly could. And Lake Cycle, they go on the upward trends and downward trends, depending on a lot of things, but Lake Fork is certainly on an upward trend.
Yeah, as indicated by this map right here, this is a map of 6+ fish that have been caught on Lake Fork.
Yeah, you take a look at this hummingbird, unlock the lake, and you see all of these are 6+ pound fish, which is absolutely incredible. 2 days of fishing, 103 anglers on a body of water to see that many over 6 pounds caught. How many is that number, Such, exactly? over 6, we had 100 or more, I'm sure.
I can't count that.
Yeah, I can't count that
yesterday.
high that
I
fast.
haven't counted today's up at all.
Suchi's gonna have to fire up the UNIVAC to get that answer
put you
right
on the
there.
spot. But we noticed that we're seeing a few more today. It appears if you look closely, some of those bigger fish, you can tell there is a little common ground with them. They seem to be a lot more of them out at the mouth of these creeks, these main places. We've certainly seen some of our leaders focusing out on these points going into these. You see Little Canyon, Big Canyon, and then the main Lake Fork arm there. Not many anglers at all even attempting to catch fish, and we don't see any fish caught bigger than 6 pounds out in the timber out in the main lake arms, but you see it seems to be a pattern there to develop. A lot of these bigger fish are at the mouths of these creeks, but right inside of the main lake itself.
85 today, right now. Wow. Six are bigger. 85. 98 yesterday, I believe.
I didn't fish the stretch at all.
With one he's not pleased with.
Wow. Trying to get a bass to bite. And something come up off the bottom. And look what it is. Mr. Catfish. Whew.
There's a lot going there with jerkbait hooks and fins.
Around for his last loop, and then all of a sudden I felt thump. This thing has got some muscle. This will run your day. One of these hooks get in you. Ow. Okay. How did you magically? There, we got him. I got him. All right. Get my pliers. Somewhere down there. There we go. Oh, sonny chicken.
What?
That little thing has got a
I got
bite
fished around
on him.
the corner from the
I
ramp.
knew when he
so I
stuck his
wanted
finger in that mouth.
a little
Those
bit of time
catfish.
to go and check in on him. But
Absolutely toasted.
Bite down on you.
I need a new grip.
That's just payback for biting on down on so many catfish through the years.
Absolutely.
David, with half as many anglers out there tomorrow, I mean, is this gonna up the production per fisherman
like
tomorrow, or not
candy.
necessarily?
Normally it would, but you know, at Toledo Bend, a lot less people in that one area, but they've been spread out fairly well. Other than yesterday, we saw the sight fishermen around one another, but I think they used those fish up yesterday and kind of
flattened out there.
And you know, other than that, and that was just going to happen because they were just in certain areas, but I don't think it'll change a whole lot as far as these guys that are catching these bigger stringers out in the mouth of these creeks so much. They don't seem to be crowded up very much at all. The weather change will be something very interesting to look at tomorrow. Yeah, in my opinion.
A lot warmer, way warmer.
Yeah.
Warmer by far tonight than it was last night.
Yep, light winds again tomorrow, I anticipate, just because of the weather stabilizing.
He can't quite make up his mind. Not gonna quit with him. I had my one chance.
Jacob Fouts, who was 25th yesterday, just caught an 8.6. He's up to 29.9, 12th place. 55.10 total.
Hard.
Apparently, he's on Ronnie's fantasy team.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Drain the lake?
Yes, sir.
Did they? Yeah, I mean, this thing hurt.
Paul Mueller with 28.14. Couple nice bags. We got 9 over 30 pounds. Kyle Welcher 33.2, the biggest so far today.
It's so crazy. You'll just be looking at a tree and all of a sudden one will swim off of it.
I'm gonna have to be honest with you. Watching weigh-in yesterday, I thought, well, Kyle Welcher just severely hurt his chances of having another shot at AOY, but today he just saved them.
Well, Toledo was tough on him. We got to see that day one. It was not the finish he wanted to have.
And if he had stayed where he was, Matty Wong's hooked up. Had he stayed where he was, it would have.
And watch us weigh some giants. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it is a big one.
Weigh some giants on the Bassmaster stage. Got her. Got her. Like I said, yeah, come on and, you know, bring your kids, bring the family. It's a good time. We needed to get rid of a 2-pounder, and we did. Thanks, baby. Oh.
10 pounds over, 10 bags over 30 pounds.
Again.
It's good to see him get that one in the boat to get rid of the 214, but that's not the size of
stunted looking 4-pounder. But
couple we saw he had right up beside the boat.
No.
4. At least a 2 to cull, so.
4 pounds, 4 ounces.
Boom. Brah.
Pound 6 upgrade.
He was at 29.2, so he's going to get over 30, but.
Choking the glide. So
10th
fun.
one.
Thank you. See ya. Was that a good enough plug? I was mid-fish plugging the live event. So, yeah. I'm also available for parties and first birthdays. And, yep, anything else, just reach on out. MattyWongFishing@gmail.com. I'm totally playing.
4-4 Such. We'll take him, 4-4, gives him a 1-6 cull, puts him at 30 pounds, 8 ounces, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear the.
You said 29.2, so if
that's what he had. Yeah. I didn't hear the final weight.
Yeah,
4 something, 4.4, 4.2.
4-4. But we called out a 2-pounder, so yeah. What do we got now?
It was 113 back.
30 pounds and 8 ounces.
New leader.
A dirty 30.
New leader?
Rode 2 days in a row, dirty 30. Oh my gosh. Dirty 30. That's deuces of the dirty 30. Bro. Too soon, okay? Too soon.
Did he just
Don't be
bring up that he
scared.
lost a 7? But you lost a 7. You could have had even more. Is that what his?
I think someone was congratulating him or saying he was going to win.
That's probably what too soon meant, yeah. Never too soon to start cracking on somebody for losing a 7-pounder.
He doesn't have the friends I have then who would have been giving me heck
We see
for
what's
that.
you're the half-empty kind of guy, aren't you, Ronnie?
No, not one bit.
Congratulations on.
You said he called up 160. He's still going to be 7 ounces shy of Trey McKinnys.
Okay.
Who is now possibly leading AOI after this event. Wesley Gore's second. On the, you see the far right, Cooper Gallant third, tied with Milliken for third in AOI.
Hear that music? What's that music?
Oh, we
Justin
still,
Hamner?
I don't know. We've been 5 for 5 and agreeing this year. I don't know if we can give it to the Justin Hamner's 8-1 from this morning with Matty Wong catching his PB.
It's been so long ago. It's been so long ago.
Okay, this is a combination.
You get in this
PowerPole.
Okay.
The replay of the replays of the day.
I like it. I like it.
But that is what we call
Trey McKinnys with a 715. Seen an 8-1, a 715. Taku, dreaming about pizza. Veggie pizza, not pepperoni pizza.
Not pepperoni.
Not busy pizza.
Yes.
Too peppery.
And we see Matty Wong's personal best, a 9-pound, 3-ouncer.
I might have to vote for that one.
My God.
Whoop, he even fell down. Personal best, you have to give a little something for that. 9-3 personal best.
We gotta
Matty
play
Wong.
that. We gotta play
Power
that.
pole replay of the day.
Chad Pipkins, new personal best
New
song.
personal
The anthem.
best.
The
Yeah,
anthem.
that's
We
what
got to
I
do
got.
that.
Thanks for correcting my bad math there, Ronnie. That was
What bad
unforgivable. About calling him the new leader. Of course, he's not the new leader.
Oh,
He just-
no, not yet.
He just beat the.
It's all
record,
unofficial.
Trey McKinnys total for the day. It's all unofficial. The weigh-in is what makes it official, and the weigh-in starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Young Trey McKinney getting a taste of the Yeti hot seat. See how it warms up for him there. Dave Mercer will be in charge of that tomorrow morning. We will have continuing coverage for you tomorrow on FS1 to start. That's at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Coverage continuing later right here on Bassmaster.com. So a big, big day tomorrow. Man, if it's anything like the first 2 days we have had here at Lake Fork, it is going to be well worth your while. It's one of the most memorable tournaments in recent memory. So you don't want to miss any of it if you can help it. We'll see you tomorrow on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern.